All right. This is gonna be our closing remark stream for a while until we do the victory lap for whenever the English dub comes out, so we can sample, get used to at least the person they decided on for some of the persistent characters in the series, right? Okay. So we have 2 tasks left. 2 tasks. Check out the Sega Master System, right? Or Sega Genesis collection. 5 of them. I don't know if there are 5 new ones per se. We didn't actually do all the Akame Network. We are close to the end though. Let's actually do these too. We are close to the end of all the support maps. And then we'll end with like a closing remark and stuff. So there's Amon. Let's go look at our Sega Master System at the hideout. What's included, which is this game legitimately, and like Lost Judgment stuff, is a legitimate way to play some of these classic games within the game. I know how that sounds, but I love that they do this. It's so extra. It really is so extra. And I am a very big proponent of preservation for legacy while also innovating, right? It's a balancing act. But all of the above. Let's go in here. We collected all the games. Let's play the ones we haven't. Galaxy Force is a new one. I'm not familiar with Galaxy Force. So let's try this out. I see. We basically have Hoth. No, I'm sorry, Star Wars. Lava planet. Looks pretty green. I guess kind of water-ish. Alright, level 1. Let's try it. Is this like into the screen? Side-scrolling? Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh no, that changes the... Oh, that has limited... Oh no, it doesn't. Oh, that's like Panzer... No? It's kind of like Space Harrier, but with ships. And I see the shield gauges around the rim, so I'm like at half shield because I ran into something. This is pretty good for Sega Master System. Although it's very same-ish quite so far. trying to. I'm testing out all the buttons right now. Oh, ow. Oh no, that is not the gauge. It's actually the silhouette of the ship. You know what this reminds me of? It's a precursor to Ace Combat. No, not Ace Combat. Afterburner? Is that what the game was called? Afterburner? I really like that game. I think that's what it's called. But then it evolved into something like Ace Combat. Obviously they're not space games, but the idea is there. Oh. Oh wow. Oh my gosh, that is right? Dude. That is, oh my gosh, that is I don't. Oh, that is, oh no, that is so hard on the senses. Wow, you have a lot of shield. Okay. Okay, my eyes are, whoa. That takes some getting used to. I think we're good with that one. Let's go with a different game. Wow. My eyes are actually kind of watering from that. Clicky. So you collect. So you collect little duckling things. And then you throw. Okay. And then there are cats. Okay. Ah! Ah! Oh, dude. Those cats are pretty dang aggressive. Okay. You auto grab. Oh, that's a parkour fail. Not like this, dude. Oh, oh my gosh, the bouncing. Oh, dude. No. This is like incredibly old school parkouring. Dude. It's so chonky. Oh my gosh, it is so chonky. The parkouring is so chonky. The platforming. You bounce off walls. So you bounce downward when you hit a ceiling. It's so weird. Yeah, like it keeps bouncing. Man. I can't emphasize how ridiculous this feels. Dang. I got really wrecked there. Guess the jump. Okay. With that, I lost an input. Yeah, nah. That's something else. Alright, Quartet. Did we play this? Oh, we totally played this. Global Defense is kind of fun. Oh, no, wait. It's kind of weird, though. That phase is so weird. The control scheme is really weird. So only two of them. Let's play Penguin Land. I kind of dig this one. Okay. I don't remember how you... Oh, that's how you do it. Ah! Okay. Wait. Are these not... Oh, you can't do anything about these. Okay. Oh, rip. I didn't mean to do that. Feels bad, man. Let's try this again. I feel it's safe. This is safe. Yeah, you can drop 2. Oh, rip. Alright, let's try again. I like the route. Oh, no. Oh, wait. You can actually push it off the wall. Go! Ah! Wait, it's fine. Oh, it's not fine. I guess you just avoid them. Huh. Alright. 2 more. This one's okay. Maze Hunter was kind of weird. Oh yeah, Alien Syndrome is... No, yeah, Euro Racer. I forgot my buttons. Oh, okay. How do I jump? I guess I don't. Oh boy. Oh snap, we made it. 3 seconds. Stage 1 of 10. Okay. I was about to say, I got 0 points for that. Okay. Oh, interesting. You have upgrades. Accelerator? Oh, different terrain too. I think the handling is sufficient. Holy. Okay. Oh, for a moment there, I thought that was entirely a wall. Get out of my way. Nice. That one was okay. Oh, it counts the number of passes. Oh, that's the number of points. How many things you pass. Okay. Just go straight down. Let's do handling just in case. I don't know if it's that noticeable. What the? Dude, I just got gypped there. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Dude, we can't pass anyone. We need to pass people to get points. That guy is just driving through everything. What the heck? I can't catch up to anyone. That's not good. That's... Oh, we got a console. My damage? Oh. I guess damage builds up too. Oh, D equals, that's what the D equals, okay. What the heck? They poop. Other drivers poop things. Or at least it kind of looks like poop. No, it's not. Oh. So I was curious when you have to slow down. Dude. You didn't hit the ramp because you had iframes. What the heck, dude? That's scary. Oh no. It's hard to know when you're going to. That's a rip. Oh, that was fun. I like it. I could get behind that. No, I can't get behind that. Not that one. This one's okay. Fantasy Zone's okay. Let's try Maze Hunter 3D again. This one's kind of weird. It's kind of like the early days of, I have to admit, it's definitely like the early days of, hang on, there we go. Getting familiar with the buttons. We do have games like these now, but on an entirely different scale, you know what I mean? Hotline Miami, for example. The control scheme is... the key. Yeah, the perspective shift. You get into that little teeny area. Alright. Got our iron bar and our jump shoes. So, yeah. Oh! Okay. Oh, I see it. Got the key. Okay. Heading this way. I imagine there are gonna be enemies you can't actually hit with an iron bar. I don't know what that thing is. Oh. Power shoes. There are power shoes here. I wonder what power shoes do. Oh, now we have projectile things. I wonder if they go through, Ah! Okay. Well. Okay. There it is. We're good. We're good. You know, if you want some retro gaming, it's already included, you know? Get good at those things. You know what I would look forward to? I don't even know if SEGA has the right to distribute those things, but like the late Genesis games. Like Twin Cobra. That's about where I come in, really. Heck, you can't even throw in old Sonic games at this point. While they're getting remixed and remade and ups and downs and transitions, you know? The Sonic team. So yeah. I guess we're going to Amon. I kinda want to do the time trial. Or oh, let's complete the Alchemist. There's a few. Gotta. So we found the Q Cafe. At least complete those. We're not completing the activity log. This is not really mandatory. But we know what's involved in the activity log for sure. What was this? Oh, is this another Pocket Circuit rival? You kind of looks like a Pocket Circuit rival. Yep. Wow, your parents use their paychecks to help you with the hobby? That's nice of them. We gotta get a Onamichio figurine in here. Doesn't look like it. Get a refresh on the prizes, please. Not those prizes, lady. Give me the other stuff. Give me the good stuff. Lady, please. Oh, maybe it's not here. And it's in, Ichincho? Oh, no. Wait, I see it. There's Onomichio. Not what I was expecting. Cursed. Absolutely cursed. That is absolutely cursed. Holy, it just flopped over. How about this one? It's kind of like a Lego thing. Oh my gosh. Okay. I mean, the other thing is the Onomichio too, right? Are all these Onomichio? That one kind of looks like the gag fake one, though. Oh my gosh, these are so cursed. These objects are so cursed. Okay. We can just slide the thing. We might have to do slide tech. Yeah, we just got to slide it to the open. Best shot is this one. Slide it forward a little bit and rotate. I thought it would just like skid and rotate this way, but it kind of lifted too. Okay. I went a little too far to the left. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's all for that guy, you know? That person wanted one of these. I have to get it. Interesting. I don't expect to be able to lift this. That's not the interaction I was expecting. Oh shit. It's okay. It's okay. Slow and steady. We got this. We got this. Okay. It's fine. We got this. Oh no, I think that's too close. Oh no, I think I pushed it too close to the edge. I think that's cursed. Oh yeah, we're boned. Unless we can nudge it. That's such a... That's so baloney. That there's like you can have the edge up too close to the front. Yeah, there are dead zones in the edges. There are so many dead zones in UFO Catcher. Yeah, you can't pull them up. They're basically just slick. Well, time to start all over again. Because that's a thing. That's a thing in this game. So unrewarding. Pretty triggering to have slick objects like that. You might be thinking, oh, but the claw could grab underneath. It's a square. It's not a hexagon. It's a square. Trust. It's a square. So somehow we have to stop rotating it too close. I went too far to the left. I mean, maybe we can pick it up like this. The answer is no. Like, this is ridiculous. There's no amount of words to describe how ridiculous this is. Oh, got the wobble. Alright. I called that one close enough. It's kind of like right here, maybe? I didn't mean to push that far. Squeeze in! Oh, yes! Okay, alright, we got it. We got the UFO Catcher wobble. Okay. Kind of like right here. Alright, we got it. Hopefully this is the one. That doesn't count. We got the side lip. You know, it wasn't gonna be able to be lifted. Oh, it's a pixel figure. Alright, maybe this is it. All for the brownie points, right? All for the brownie points. I gotta give the photo to this lady. Okay. There you go. Do you have another one? You do not. Maybe it's the quiz guy? I feel like there's another quiz left. No quiz left. What's this over here? Oh, this is the another pocket circuit rival. Yeah, this is the I think this is the lady that superseded her boyfriend after her boyfriend convinced her to check out Pocket Circuit. Now we head to Pocket Circuit, and there's one guy near the bookstore in like the contiguous building. Yeah. There you go. Signed and sealed. Yeah. Wait, I wanna do the one attack just to see what it looks like. How do I do it? Wait, what? It said, oh. I wanna do this attack. Oh, with it has to be multiple enemies, okay. I want to see this final combat skill. It won't work on Amon because Amon's probably alone. Hey guys, want to be my guinea pig? Here it is. This is new. Nice. Ah. That's so worth. That is so worth. That's so good. The sound effects requires some work. I think one thing that has grown a little bit, like leave a little bit to desire, is other types of sound effects. Like it doesn't quite have a punch, right? Next to their classic like hits, confirm sounds and whatnot. I think combat sounds are a little bit, well, actually it's mixed in a weird way, so I did turn down the sound effects too, so it can definitely be slightly bassier. And then their pinging is an interesting thing, you know, like a hit ping, like ding, kind of nailing stuff. They got the slowdown, like the doom sound, like the kick drum sound down quite nicely. Okay. So okay. 3 pocket circuit rivals left and the hit and one's last stand. This is the kid. Wait. Now I'm pulling all the stops. I can hide inside the shops. So come here to wash your clothes all clean, but don't forget to visit the snack machine. Wash your clothes clean. Interesting. Well, let's get the 3 rivals. Wait, what? The manager and the master, he say he's waiting for you? The manager? Is he the final opponent? Wait, there's more? You think someone will make it all the way to me? Oh, he's the final boss. My youth withered away over the years. My fighting spirit that once raged like inferno has long since burnt out. Though my passion may have cooled, I opened Core Star to pay it forward to Pocket Circuit, which was so pivotal to me in my younger days. Watching you race, I feel the vigor of my vernal years returning. The fires of my fighting spirit are ablaze once more. Ah. So he's the guy. That's what they were hinting. Okay. I mean, it's not a Fujisawa, but I'll take it. Just straight up manager. Alright. That's the last rival battle? Alright. I have to go back out here to actually race though. Do you have any parts? Go with this. Okay. Alright. Right. Ability to exchange. Oh. That's kind of a nice touch. Alright. You, a hobbyist who sinks the majority of his income into... Sounds like an unhealthy relationship, bro. Oops, okay. That looks like a lot of cornering, huh? Okay. This should be good enough. He's gonna say it. There it is. Am I gonna fly off the track? Oh, we're using the grass to slow down. That's not too bad, actually. He already got lapped. Kiryu, stop driving so fast. You don't need to go that fast. Slow down. Okay. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Alright, even after spending your whole paycheck, dude. Sorry, my man. It's gotta be done. It's part of Kiryu's mission in life. Crushing dreams. One kid at a time. And one boomer at a time. Oh yeah, this racer started, but she already a powerhouse. A natural? Yeah? I like to see that. Wait, what's your track like? Grass sections? It's a lot of flat grass sections, so I'm gonna put on some spike tires and call it a day. Let's go. He's gonna say it again. Super Devil Killer. Wait, really? Oh, it's this track. Oh no, it's this track. Wait, no spike tires. We learned no spike tires on this track. This track is death with spike tires. We've learned our lesson here. I wonder if we're still too fast. Yeah, we're too fast. This one's tough because it's the only track where you need to slow down. So more torque. Let's how low do we have to go? This is probably still too fast. It's good. It's just oh no. We got even the second turn. That's bad. Because the fourth lap is gonna suck. Slow down, Kiryu. You don't need this. Oh yeah, we're too fast. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. I thought we could get away with it. Okay. This is probably good enough. It was around 30, 23, between 23 and 30. Yeah. The one that definitely you have to deliberately use the grass patches and deliberately gear down. This one was the neatest, one of the neater ones because it metaed you. It metaed the build. I hit the wrong button. I knew that was gonna happen. My hand is generally on the Y, not the B. So the moment that happened, I hit the wrong button. Happens so often. Oh, that didn't even... It was stable that time. Didn't even need to stabilize that. Live it up, Kiryu. This is the best. Some of the best times of your life, you know? Oh, hey, an Alpha Cool Striker. A new body. One of the all the special bodies have him announce it. So let's take the Alpha Cool Striker for almost the last race. Yeah, when you... Yeah, let's take it. This one looks pretty sweet. The wing, the tail is kind of weird. I like the spoiler on it. Wait, what's the track like? Loops, short slopes. Okay. So we're going slim tires. Rocket. Max speed. So, ultra god speed. Maybe we can even go ultra Godspeed gears. Wait, there's a slow. We don't want to go ultra Godspeed. Maybe boost gear. High capacity, slow down a wee bit. Oh, what's a good decal? Button in with a rocket. Actually, that's not... The base model is pretty alright. Let's get a... Yeah. Let's see if he announces his thing. 50 points. Okay. Alright, kid. I didn't read his description. Alpha Crew Striker. Okay. Okay, we're pretty good. If that dude is moving that fast, we're pretty good too. Got better cornering. It's a fiery stage, so different music track. I'm about to lap this kid. Coming after that booty. No, the kid is fast enough to not get lapped. Oh yeah, not fast enough to get lapped. What the? Random? Very random. It's okay. I didn't randomly boost. Live it up. Okay. You lost? How could this be? I'm sorry. Video's here to crush kids' dreams. I'll make your car cry for real? Wow. That's a tough kid. Alright. It's the final event. What track is the guy on? What is this? The Pocket Circuit Racer has never met defeat? Well, dreams are crushed. Okay. Last but not least, the final opponent. How many points do you have? 50? Grass section? It's going in the other direction, right? Yeah. Let's put on some spike tires. No, we need a little bit more acceleration. How many laps? 8? That's fine. It should be fine. Alpha Kuru Striker. Oh, this is a different music. This is the classic though, this track, the music track. I'm gonna get ya. Oh no. Wow, he's so far ahead. We need more speed. And the spike tires are a good call. Nothing's stopping it. Not as much cornering anymore. So, no. We just get more. Oh, right. I forgot. My bad. I geared down from the last one. This should be fine now. Wait. That was the wrong menu. Wait, did I gear down? No, I didn't. Okay. Let's maybe we don't need this. This might be a mistake. I see a lot of bouncing. Maybe a little too much bouncing. Okay, we do need the wing. Okay. Maybe regular batteries. Could fly off. It is a possibility. Could fly off. Oh, that is so close. He went through the loop though. Oh, he has a turbo too. Oh man. Rip. Okay. So he has a turbo as well. Okay. I feel like we should just go full stop and hope to make the turn. Or do it this way and just go full stop that way. Might fall off the track. We'll see. No, I think we're good. Okay, that's that might be a problem. Oh no. Yeah, not being able to toggle between like the menus is a rough spot here. Menu design could be a little bit more inclusive. Yeah, we just ignore the grass section. But the problem is, I don't think we have enough stability to get through this part. Oh, okay. What's causing that to bounce? A little too much speed. Maybe we'll decrease the speed and use oh, we're already using that actually. I don't know. Let's just throw on spike tires, I suppose. It does decrease the speed a bit. Oh my gosh. Yeah. The UI is not the best. $80 might be a little too high. What's causing that bounce? Okay. Oh, does he have high capacity batteries? Is that why he's catching up? Dang, well played. Well played. Dang. Last second. Okay. So we boost at the end. Fair enough. Oh, actually, we're really far ahead. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's the turbo. But we're gonna wait. Did I just get beat? But no, I won by split second. I waited on the turbo for a little too long. By 28 milliseconds. We won by 28 milliseconds. How's that for finale? 28 milliseconds. You've been trounced? Nah, it was a close battle. Greatest of all time in all of Kansai. Kansai and Kanto. Easy clap. Oh, the Golem Tiger. Oh, does he know? Is this a Fujisawa reference? Having failed at everything, finding himself at rock bottom, I met him and he became my teacher. Take me honest, he told me I too was once saved by someone when I was lost. That is a reference to him.
Hmm?
Yeah, it's the old school Golem. Cute. Yeah, the Golem Tiger. Passed on. Yes, when I hang on. Oh. Cute. I hope Pocket Circuit continues to be a mainstay. There it is. Yep. There it is. Yakuza 0. The Golem Tiger. Well done. End up having a Fujisawa reference tucked in there, right at the end. Legacy. There it is. Oh, the hidden one stand. You mean? So it's a store and cleaning. Get your clothes clean. Not that. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Definitely not the cigarette stand. It's definitely not the convenience store. Maybe here. Are you in here, little kid? Where are you? No? Not the bargain clothier?
いらっしゃいませ。
Not here?
ありがとうござい
Okay. Can't be a Bisu. Bisu. Is it? Tsukuru is the Okonomiyaki. The drugstore? Maybe the drugstore? I mean, there are cleaning supplies, possibly a store, but that it's at a shop. Where are you, little tight? Okay. Maybe it's like a shopping mall? Like here? I don't see anyone. Hmm. I don't understand the clue. The hidden one's last stand, right? I can hide inside the shops, so come here to wash your clothes all clean, but don't forget to visit the snack machine. The question is, the snack machine. The question is he even in Sotenbori? I don't have time for this. Get out of my way. Guess we just check the convenience stores. Where are you, little kid? Maybe check every shop. Kuru. Kuru. Just Rambo them over with a serpent, you know? Okay. And it's definitely not here. Hardly qualifies as a shop. Not there. Definitely not this. I don't think it's a restaurant. Golf center? Nah. Barry went in the pharmacy. What is that thing? What's... I didn't realize that guy was a an assailant. Thought that was an NPC. What was this place? Oh, this was his old shop. Can you actually walk back in? Even though he's not in the shop anymore? And Oh yeah. Upped and packed away. Or actually it got ransacked and then Mizorogi did not clean up. Maybe this convenience store? No? Nope. There are no other place. Dude. I don't can't be in Sotenbori. Eh? Well, allegedly there's a laundromat that I just randomly miss. That sign though. Whoa, those purple shoes really pop.
Yep.
Hey. All right. So it's not a shop I can enter, apparently. What was that? Oh, it is a place I can enter. Hey, little kid. That's it. It's a little anticlimactic, but that's it. It's everything. All right. Except one last thing. It's the Amon fight. So let's hop into the Amon fight and then do some closing remarks. I love his like emoting. Nishitani's actor. His emoting's great. Has that maliciousness. Alright, let's go. Guy. Let's go, guy. Of course, the first place. First location. Alright, you guys pull all kinds of crazy stunts. Let's go. Music. Oh, dang. He slowly restores over time, I see. Well, you know, we got this thing, right? What? Oh, Catrops? Okay. Okay, buddy. I'm still gonna power you down, though. He's invulnerable the entire time. Like, just straight up invulnerable, non-stop. Oh yeah, that he's no longer Oh, you can't knock him up, I see. Can I tiger drop him? Did I lock his freaking drones in place? Yeah, I like how that took 8 billion years to get out of, but alright, cool. That recovery was freaking stupid. How long that recovery was. I can't freaking tiger drop him. Yeah, he just keeps animation canceling from hit stunning. Just constantly high frames galore. Yeah, see, that's a freaking hit cancel a billion times over. Just constant hit canceling over and over again. I can't tiger drop that. You know what? You can play this game. You don't have your drones. Your drones are locked down. Bug the heck out of your drones. Oh, it's to protect him from drones. Oh, interesting. Oh, you know what? I want to do that one. Oh, no, I can't execute that one attack. Into a cat trap, of course. I mean, we have items for days, so I'm just gonna use them now. Because we have the whole... He's restoring indefinitely, so... Wait. I didn't realize I can knock him up like that. Of course. No fighting stance, so freaking no quick step. Just constantly. I don't understand how sometimes I can knock him up and sometimes I can't. Yeah, he just freaking powers you down because he has ultimate armor. It's so aggravating. Because all he does is dodge away and passively restore his life. And he challenges you on every single button. Yep. Just constantly challenging you. Everything slides off him. No hit confirms, no nothing. Just constantly getting... wall splash damage. Always have, just always positive. It feels so awful. Like absolutely garbage. All positive frames. Positive, full armor, everything. Zero recovery, no whiff punish. Yep. Just, it's just a tank. It's like fighting Saijima. Just full tank all the time. And I don't even know how much HP he has. Because it just keeps going. Yep. It, like, landing a hit, it's so aggressively unrewarding. This is even worse than Lost Judgment's version. Because all his buttons are better than yours in every way. And this is on normal. I mean, I guess you're just gonna have to find what he's vulnerable to and just repeat it. Yeah, you clearly can't even approach him. Got canceled mid attack. And that has explosive damage. Feels awful. And classic Amon. And the longer you play Keep Away. Yep. Alright, just to do one tiger drop. Yeah, it just beats you on every single hit. It even beats you out, flinches you while you're supposed to be unflinchable. Yeah. You're completely flinchable the whole time with everything. Zero actions. Just constantly zero actions. Flash damage just lingers the entire time through your entire roll. Can't move after a cat drop. Cat trap again. Just constantly moving away and healing. It's like we gotta start this over because not gonna have enough resources. Yep, that's Amon, alright. No immunities, bypasses all immunities, all positive, unbreakable, infinite poise, ultra armor, and an infinite regen. And iframes that go beyond your attack strings. That's pretty much it. Oh, so I got lucky the last time. He was actually that toxic from the start. So getting those two like juggle combos was lucky. So he was like this the whole time. Yep. Infinite active frames over and over again. Just when he's attacking, he's invulnerable too. I can't even get near him. Of course that hit me. That wide hitbox. Into a double explosion, yeah. He has a 360 hitbox on a regular jab. Because that swing hit me from behind, from his back. Guard bounce into a 0 recovery. Got hit in reverse again. I quick stepped that, but alright. Alright, game. Sure. Thanks for rolling into Amon. Oh, you know what? Maybe staying near death is the idea. Nope. I mean, he's at full HP, so it's basically a done deal. Like he's at max HP. Like you have to like aggressively land hits on him. His regen rate is so fast.
Nani?
Nothing hits him. This is probably the biggest cheese so far.
Huh?
He has a second phase after the initial start. Okay. That was not the right item, but alright. Oh no, he has that move still? Wait. He got staggered there. Oh. Actually, okay. I see something that actually works. I can whoops, that's the wrong button. Hold up. Okay. Does this set up for a... Oh, it doesn't. Hold up. No, it doesn't. Oh, that was the tiger drop. Only evasive strikes. Accidentally buffered an attack there. Nice. Hey, I'm doing pretty alright. We just took down Amon, so pretty good. For asking. How are you? Not bad. Not bad. We saw some openings for the juggle combo. Alright. Do they become friends finally?
あの
Well, I guess Guy Amon does not know Joryu's secret identity after all. Just get a new name. Through that. Definitely not the last time. Oh, you get a War God's talisman. Well, alright. So there are things that do work. It's kind of a cheese though, because we ended up using juggle combos again, right? Usually. So at the beginning, when you're taking Amon down, he's poppable when he's summoning his drones. So then you can do an infinite loop until he phases to the red phase. Then during the red phase, you can dodge roll at the beginning of his mortal counter attack, and you can land a juggle from Yakuza stance on the 1-1 hold 2 into a stance change into agent for the full rush combo. And if you're lucky, he gets onto the ground. Sometimes he seems like he roll recovers midair, but you can still get a pop on him if you stance change, go into extreme heat, do the 1-1 on the agent style, probably get the pop up, and then stance change back into Yakuza style for the full, like, you know, Dempsey roll kind of thing. I didn't pull it off because I stopped using heat restoration, but you can definitely chip away 70% of his HP right from the start, which is what I accidentally, or not really accidentally, did. I tried to do on the first one and it worked. On the second time, it didn't work because I was thinking he could pop up anytime, but it was just on the drone summon. So right in the beginning, you can probably eliminate like 3/4 of his HP with a EX juggle combo. You can't extend it beyond 2 though in this game. So there's definitely no infinite cycling that I can see. The boss auto drops after a rush after the second rush combo. But yeah, that's it. We did it. That's everything. So we're gonna hit up some closing remarks, right? While I what's a good way? There's no record player, so I'm missing a jukebox. Wait, hold up. There might actually be a jukebox. Hold up. Hold up. We need a proper place for the closing remark. We just got all the Steam achievements, and there are some stuff in the, you know, activity logs. So as a legacy, we've done this maybe we've done this like 10 times over, 11, maybe 11 times over. So photography, basically I'll stand there and spam capture. Gourmand, go around to dine 50 times. So basically in, out, in, out, in, out, just ordering one thing, right? And then this one, you just in, out, and play the games. We played the 5 games. That was the minimum requirement, right? We played the 3 new ones. Flicky. Or 2 new ones. Bring up the list. 2 new ones, right? It was Flicky and Galaxy Force. Galaxy Force made my eyes like sparkle. That was tough. It was not easy on the eyes. Old school games do that. Sit there, burn cigarettes, right? That's fair enough. What was this? Heat action. Sit there and farm heat action. Self-explanatory. Defeat 500 people, right? What was this? Win tournaments, right? Bootstrap. We concluded all. We S ranked all the Coliseum stuff before all the triggering. How many? I'm guessing it's 50. 50 battles. It's 10, 20, 50 probably. So that's bootstrapping. So not too bad for all the battle stuff. Mahjong, of course. I do enjoy Mahjong, but it's just getting first at all the tables. UFO catcher, that's you know, a hard pass. Glass, slippery items. Done this many a times. It's self-explanatory. And then the different. Oh, they even have the list of all the different rewards this time. Previously, it was just the number of ones, so they went back to the old school style where you had to collect all of them, which is that's pretty hardcore. Played another 3 times at golf. We practically played 5 additional times for this, so 10 times. Self-explanatory. Virtual fighter, you have to win with all the characters, which will then add up to 20 matches, like close enough to 20 matches. It's probably the same for Sonic Fighters, which is done on Lost Judgment. What else are we missing? Win more matches on fighting Vipers, and then win just a singular match with all the characters as well. So both Sonic Fighters, Virtual Fighter 2.1, and fighting Vipers. Motor Raid is probably do all this stuff in practice mode. Yep. So check. We haven't done that. We just played to see if there were any changes. The new game, Sega Racing Classic 2, probably just play 5 times. 1, 3. Oh no, it could be 10. 1, 3, 10. It might be 1, 3, 5 though. And then darts, you play against all the opponents. Fair enough. It would be bootstrapping through the fastest, which is 301. 2 rounds each. Finding all the peeps. We played against Akame. I don't remember Yada. Yada is the Akame network target guy. Then cumulative chips, right, for gambling. Fair enough. Koi Koi was exponential, so because of that, cheat items kind of just blew the waters off the requirements. We did all the shogi stuff, which was purely optional as well. Hustler. What is Hustler? Oh, pool. Yeah, pool can be tough. We did the Akame. We did all the Akame stuff, so it hit all the mini games. At least their requirements. Points, and then the 5 Cabaret Club hostesses, right? The 3 at Castle. Kei, let's remind ourselves. What was the scene? Kei was working out, exercise scene. Ayu was... Oh no. She was the last one. And now I'm spacing. Oh, cosplay. Well, sort of cosplay. It's a bunny girl outfit with the casino table. It's a photography session. And then Ai was the bathtub scene. Kaname was the pool scene. And then Kokoro was the cooking one. Definitely cooking and exercising one was very endearing. And that's all of it. So we're not going to go through those. We finished all the requests, all the Akame network stuff. And now some closing remarks, but we need to find a proper place. Is there a place where we can... I'm curious if there's a jukebox in here. Doesn't look like it. Usually I use the in-game jukebox. Wait. Hold up. Let's go to the karaoke bar, right? Hold up. Let's go to Yokohama for a moment. No. No place to chill. Okay. I think we're going to stand in the castle because it's a great highlight point. It's absolutely gorgeous. So we're gonna have this, right? No drones. I kind of miss having a drone now. So you can like imagine having a drone flying around here. Ooh, some wonderful pictures. Okay, so we're gonna stand Kiryu like this. Okay. And we are going to turn down the master volume. It's kind of like now we're just prepping for closing remarks now. I have so many closing remarks because this legacy series has taken me we're getting close to a year now, right? So an complete year. And when we get to Infinite Wealth next January, I'm buying the the big boy thing, the $110 bundle, right? We'll talk about that a little bit. I have lots of thoughts about it and probably address a lot of thoughts about that stuff. We're going to look for easily my favorite track now from the studio. One of my favorite tracks is and it doesn't trigger the mute, right? Because we played a lot of Pocket Circuit. So hopefully someone does us the courtesy. The return of Pocket Circuit was pretty dang epic. Come on. Hold up. Is it this? That's not it. Hold up. I'm trying to find. What is the theme? Uh, come on. Come on. There's got to be. Someone has to have it. No, not like this. No, that's not it. That's not it. Someone's gotta have the full bat. Hold up. Let's go through this. Nope. Not that. Nope. There are some good ones, but I'm trying to find very specific ones. That's not it. Man. Sorry. I wish I knew what the name of the Pocket Circuit theme was. I really like it. I like their mix. Man. Okay. Like a Dragon, Gaiden, Pocket Circuit theme, right? Um, where is it? No. All right, well, we can't get that. That's unfortunate. No one has wait, wait, wait. No, that's not it. What the freak? Hold. Aw, okay, okay. Maybe I tried. I tr I'm looking for a little bit, but it doesn't feel like there's, yeah, maybe this. No. All right, what's another song? I'm trying to think of another song. Let's look at uh yeah, it's tough. I really want to set the mood, but the SEGA channel has no. Wait. Hold. Come on. Wait. I might have. Wait. Hold. Oh, it's not here though. Yeah, it's not here. The closest thing I got is go for the fastest. It's okay. Dang it. Give me a sec. Still looking. I know there's no sound. I'm just not trying to trigger. All right, we'll use this. Oh, actually, this track is pretty awesome. Uh, It does have lyrics in it though. Can be a little distracting. Alright, we're gonna use this. Go the fastest. Alright. Let's finally do some closing remarks, right? Sorry. I really wanted to find the name of the track for the remixed version of the race music, but it's not on the OST. Alright, folks. So, what can I say about Like a Dragon Gaiden? Well, let's preface for a moment. As always, it's generally worth exercising caution and preface most of the stuff. First of all, these are closing remarks, right? They're kind of like retrospections. They're not a comprehensive review or any type of professional like before you buy or something like that matter. It's a closing remark regarding my thoughts, things that linger, impressions that stay with me about the game that I've completed, right? And the legacy and the perspective that I have about it. And then I try to contextualize it as much as I can. As someone who's an end user, the gamer, purchase who purchase, and then my personal insights or deductions about the developers or their developer intents, because that's the name of the game. Not Like a Dragon Gaiden, but the creators. I love to play games to learn and gather inspiration through the lens of the creator. So that is my main motivation for consuming media. It's the ability to grab some sort of perspective from the people who create the piece of work. Not generally how I feel about it, or what I think about it, what I should do, what others should do. More trying to empathize with the creator, right? That be it how much the game costs, what constitutes as why did they release it this way, you know, generally speaking. So that would be void of selfish, unempathetic comments, like things like, I don't think this game should cost this much. I don't think this game... Those types of phrasing, not really interesting. I generally don't play games to find out what I want to do with the game or how I feel about the game. I will add them for sure. You know, it's because many people enjoy that type of aspect. But for me, one of the most endless resources of entertainment is trying to figure out the other person, the person behind the game, the product, the movie, the book, if you will, right? So that's just a little disclaimer. It's a preface. I talk about the psychology and deductive reasoning, and then I try to contextualize it to maybe the modern standard or whatever that fits in my mind. So my closing remarks tend to reflect that. If you want to really know how I feel about the game, well, there's 70 hours of... It's probably not 70, it's like 60 hours of me making a comment every single second in the game, because I am foremost priority an active participant in anything I record for myself, and I actively speak out loud, right? It's a practice that I do. Obviously, if I'm consuming it in private, I would simply not be saying those things out loud to myself, but in my head. But just to give an idea, right? So if you want to know how I feel about the game and different parts, you gotta go digging for all that 60 hours. Sorry, but not sorry kind of thing. Because I do believe, in my opinion, if just a slight digression, it's my personal hot take. For me, I find that every moment in my life, I try to be active in the presence if I'm trying to preserve legacy. If I'm sleeping, probably not going to record that or show that. But generally speaking, when it comes to editing, and if someone says, yeah, you have to cut to the chase, your conversation's too long-winded, you make commentary on everything and whatnot, it's like, yeah, because that's how I make life worth living every single day, every single moment. So if you're interested in the speed cuts, the jump cuts, and the hot takes, I am not that person, unfortunately. Or fortunately. Perhaps there are, once in a blue moon, some people who have the same expected courtesy that I have when it comes to investing in someone else. So it's not practical. It's not for people to, you can't resonate with 100,000 people, you know, all at once. But, you know, it's for the 1 or 2 people who really want something beyond that, right? All right, enough digressions, enough prefaces. Closing remarks. I typically break up games from a psychological perspective, and typically it comes with what is the end user bringing to the table when you're looking to play this game or looking to buy this game or whatnot. And that's usually 2 very large perspectives when it comes to this type of game, and we're not talking about mechanically, we're just talking about psychologically. You have the legacy player and the casual player. So the casual player is often described as someone who's inexperienced, who is open-minded to entering this long franchise. This franchise is a legacy franchise. It is unparalleled by others. This discussion I'm going to have and differentiation between legacy and casual are only closely resembling something of a live service model these days. It's about how long you've been in the game, how much you knew from its legacy, but even live service games do not compare to the legacy of this game. So it's a rare thing. It's a thing I focus on all the time because it's the biggest distinctive selling point for Ryuga Gotoku Studios, RGG Studios. It is the biggest selling point. It's to the point where it even trumps Call of Duty's mechanical legacy, where, you know, you just buy the iterations because there's mechanical legacy, and because of mechanical legacy, you want to play the next thing and the next thing, and the upkeep is cosmetic. In this game, the mechanical legacy is fluid. It's completely dynamic and secondary to its legacy, which is the world, the story building and the world building. That will be ageless. It'll be timeless. It's not technologically bound by anything. It is something that is rarely achieved in video games, but incredibly standard in TV dramas, in long-running anime shows, long manga series, movie trilogies, Marvel Cinematic Universe. This is the legacy that makes Ryuga Gotoku Studios untouchable, in my opinion. Absolutely untouchable. To the point where, yes, you're gonna find journalistic reviews about like, well, it's not doing anything new because their focus is on mechanical innovation, right? It's not focusing, it has a lesser weight on the legacy of RGG. Well, it's very reasonable that journalism would not cover this angle because generally speaking, it's unique to this series. So making an exception for this series will seem like it would violate standardization. So naturally speaking, that's usually a down point, the uphill battle for RGG. And that's why we're having a discussion between legacy and casual. And I'm gonna say this game kind of falls a little bit short on the direction of these two things. Legacy? Absolutely. This game, without a doubt, if you are a legacy player, as in you are invested in this fictional world that RGG has funneled over 20 years, we're just gonna round 20 years, 2 decades of building, you have already purchased this game. And every game in the future. I'm gonna be real. If you're that type, it's like borderline. It's kind of like borderline sports, fantasy football, American football for those international folks, I suppose. American football is like Madden 2000, Madden 2001, Madden 2020, and so on. It's about the legacy of the sport, right? And this game, it's about the legacy of the characters. When the game maybe does something experimentally, like the mechanics come and go, the mini games come and go, all that stuff, legacy will bring you back. It's about knowing what happens to the characters. That's not everyone, for sure, but the vast majority of legacy players are that. We're not speaking of the minority where like they're easily influenced by politics, easily influenced by director's choice. And for myself personally, just to throw in the wrench, it's even beyond that in my opinion. It's not even, at this point, it's not even dependent on the world, the fictional world they're built in. I am invested in the developer. Like, the developer philosophy is, I resonate with the developer's philosophy so much that I can't possibly provide an objective, quote unquote, an objective, standardized response and evaluation of their products anymore. So that's what I'm saying. That's what happens with Legacy. And this game is all of that. It is trimmed down though. So one of the things is, this is one of the greatest hits of that legacy. So if you're someone who played from 0 all the way to 7 and then lost Judgment and Judgment, you need a very, very lean capture in a smaller package of all the greatest hits. Like, obviously there are a lot of hits, even debatable hits, but in a smaller package. This is pandering to the legacy player. Originally, I had the impression that this was more geared towards trying to stay away from the legacy and then making it spinning some novel stuff so that casual, it would be like a mix between legacy and casual oriented. But it's more like, I'm gonna say it's more like 70-30. 70 on the legacy side and 30 on the casual side. Yes, there are new characters per se, but those characters present legacy archetypes. So they're not breaking the mold in the sense of, hey, this is something we've never done before in our storytelling, which happens very often, by the way, like with characters and whatnot. But instead, those characters have legacy. Like, a lot of those characters are tied to other characters in the series, and it's the extra layer of legacy value for anyone who's familiar with the series. While the casuals, it's about 30%, I would say, because a lot of the weight and the intrigue and the interest is stripped and implicit. So this feels more like a straightforward game for anyone who's approaching it, right, for the first time. Like, who is Kiryu? Well, he's John Wick with a bit of James Bond. And what a legacy player sees is he's John Wick, James Bond, Batman, Spider-Man, what's a good example of a very loving, caring father figure and a patriarch, right? So like he can even qualify as the Godfather. It goes beyond that, but it's so heavily implicit as opposed to the casual stuff. It's a departure, right? Like to offer a contrast of what RGG does when it's casual forward. The Judgment, right? Judgment and Lost Judgment has that semblance of origin stories. It goes through the progression of an origin story, redeveloping the context of the world, and then all the stipulations the world has. This has none of that. It is that part is completely stripped. So the world building part is absent in this game. It is up to the legacy player to fill in that world building part that's carried over from all the games. The casual player will not feel that way. They will feel that it is a lot of the characters are probably slightly half-baked, as in, oh man, there can be so much more to the character if we had the history of their context or their world, or like, why did this character become that? Well, you need to know something about Yakuza, like the Yakuza like spirits, the significance of tattoos, right? And organizational stuff. And there was a little bit of that. Like the factions, clandestine factions versus like organized crime, and there are a lot of things that are absent here. It is a stripped down, incredibly, ironically, an incredibly casual forward, nice action game. And in a way, it's probably incredibly trendy. I would say what they did was to highlight what the modern casual, like the person who's looking at this, the target audience that they're attracting, is very appropriate. You cut to the chase, it's action, it's story driven, it's character driven. So Kiryu has a problem, he solves it. Another character has a problem with Kiryu, they conflict. That's it. There's no nuances, no planning, double backing, lots of traveling, consequences, all the stuff that fills the rest of the game, right? So a lot of times 60% of that is origin expository, and then the falling action happens in the last third of the game. In this game, it's like one of the chapters might be expository. Occasionally there's expository things built in because they have to explain the events of Yakuza Like a Dragon and Yakuza 6 The Song of Life. So those are the only expositories, but it's only expository in a way that it explains the character motivation. It doesn't explain the politics, why this is significant in the sense of not emotional stuff. Like, what does it mean for the villain in this game, Nishitani, to be named Nishitani, just outside of just a superficial thing about inheriting a title, right? Well, to a legacy player, it's Nishitani. It's Amuro Nishitani. You have to play Yakuza 0 to really truly understand that. And even beyond that, another level for a legacy player, at least for myself, is that RGG not so subtly replace the element of Majima, in my opinion. Like, I think the intent was that having a balance element of Majima is in there. That's the whole Nishitani thing. It goes back to Yakuza 0, but Nishitani is also attached to Majima, and that blade style, the animation, that type of like finesse movement and stuff, the character was really well animated, by the way. Amano Nishitani III. We never figured out what his actual name is, or like his like family given name, not his like noble like honorific title. But it's Majima. It's Goro Majima. But before Goro Majima became that type of character, it was Nishitani. So all that stuff, you just know that this villain leaves a great first impression. So a lot of the characters are they skip the expositional stage and just simply present it in a way that you're either gonna make a really strong first impression. So all the characters are designed where it feels like the pacing of the game, the story is it hits the ground running. Like, oh yeah, Kiryu, nah, he doesn't have a breather. It's just one event, next event, life and death, life and death, life and death, life and death, and you just keep going from one set piece to the next. So I have a good contrast. I have a good analogy for those who like fantasy shows, right? For example, or fantasy movies. It's like the difference between Peter Jackson's, shout outs to Peter Jackson, of course, personal favorite director, right? Someone who left a lot of impressions. It's like the later films of the Hobbit trilogy versus the films of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Lord of the Rings trilogy has lots of changes in pacing. It involves a lot of exposition and world building that slows the pace down. In the future trilogy, the Hobbit trilogy, it was turned into a spectacle, as in, and to me, just to be fair to Peter Jackson, really, it's kind of evident of the changing times, right? Where it went from Star Trek more to Star Wars. I'm bridging like Lucas, George Lucas and whatnot. The idea is this is entirely character driven. The characters are not bound by politics, intrigue, consequences. It's a good old romp. Kiryu just blast his fist and do willy-nilly. In fact, this is far closer to aptly James Bond and John Wick than it is for like No Country for Old Men or even The Departed by Scorsese, right? Like, so I've said this a couple of times through the playthrough, but it's a good old action film. It is not a good old cop drama, organized drama, which was one of the central themes for these games. So here lies some ambivalence. For the Legacy, let's just say Legacy, neat bow. It actually panders to, I would say, the majority of the Legacy players in the Like a Dragon series. Those people who like just tons of testosterone, right? Just tons of guys punching people and doing crazy acrobatics and feats and spectacles. That actually probably is the majority of Like a Dragon fans. For myself, it's like third on the list. I would say, like, if there were top 3 things I prioritize, one is the world building, so culturalisms, political intrigues, and power struggles is my jam. And then the second one is the characterization of it through mini games and interactions. And then third is the combat, I suppose. Like, not necessarily the combat itself, but how the combat is utilized to represent the different characters. And you might be saying, well, this game only features one character. Yeah, that's fair, technically. In the Coliseum, it kind of features other characters, but this game have featured different characters. And characters that you fight take on characteristics. The combat is rich in a way that it is not necessarily challenging or objectively like difficult or anything. It's about how the characters move, what they are like, that is fanciful to me. So that whole mechanical draw is not what these games are about, and I think the vast majority of players still agrees with that too, where like the legacy community likes that the new bosses have different types of martial arts and animations and different types of brawling stuff. It doesn't necessarily have to be different for the sake of being different, and it doesn't have to be challenging for the sake of being challenging, which is a very trendy thing to do when it comes to the game. And that still is that's still a substantial amount of legacy players. I'm not one of them, obviously. I would say my priorities do not align with the vast majority of legacy players. The combat is great. It caters it's a streamlined version of Lost Judgment, as expected, because there's always a reductive phase in RGGs, like whatever little roadmap they have. But for the casual, what would the casual get? Well, they really get the flavor of the Like a Dragon as a game, as a action game. So it's less daunting than Lost Judgment. It's less daunting than Judgment in general, like the Judgment series. It's a no holds bar, fun, action-packed, standalone James Bond film. Even John Wick has legacy, so like one is almost somewhat compelled to watch John Wick 1 and then through 4. So if the 4 John Wick chapters were slammed into one movie, that's Like a Dragon Gaiden. That's the feeling you're getting for a casual person, and it's a great starting feel, in my opinion. Whether you know Kiryu's legacy or not, which is not that much in this game, I don't think it's explicitly explained, like explicitly demonstrated or even implicitly strongly shown outside of his care for his kids, right? His orphanage kids, which is not quite emphasized either. It's as loosely emphasized to his legacy as possible. It's all implicit. But that last scene was a tearjerker, right? So what really sticks out to me is this does really appeal to the casual. I think this probably had very favorable on like maybe aggregate score outlet somewhere. I would say even the people who picked up this game, it's arguably a reasonable price for a reasonable complete experience, which you can't really say a lot or take for granted these days. It exemplifies everything that Kiryu stands for. By extension, it exemplifies what RGG does. And I think that's the brilliant nature of it. So at the cost, in my opinion, of a group that I associate with a lot, those who are like artsy fartsy, who look for innovation, who always constantly look for the relative use and iterative design, like frown upon it or like standardize it out kind of stuff. I'm usually part of that crowd. I do like variety and novelty from time to time, and I don't promote generally. I don't have a strong preference for iterative design for the sole purpose of legacy. However, that said, it's usually with a game that does not have this exception, which is that the game itself is a legacy game. So when your legacy is held loosely by the end user, that is the point where I would not resonate with a developer's design personally. So things like this game is loosely tied to this game because it plays the same. Like, it has the same underlying system. That's a little different from the creative IP that is the world they built. That cannot be emphasized more than anything else. It is something that persists beyond. It is so hard to replicate. Like, what I mean by that is you can replicate a mechanic. There are boundaries. There are not necessarily replicate in the sense that you want to identically, like, say, make a Souls game exactly the same game, right? It's very difficult. So I'm not saying that it is not trivial in any nature, but when it compares to the exactness of story building or like world building and storytelling, there isn't anyone that can make a Kiryu character. But you can still make a game that has swords with the same timing. So in this way, this is like one of the few exceptions in my life. This game is gonna forever stay in my life because it's like waiting for the next season to happen to your best friend. Or is this what is that? One of my people that I listen to a lot had a word for this. The word is I don't know what the term is anymore, but the term implies the meaning of becoming attached to something without actually knowing it personally. So like when someone becomes attached to, say, a Harry Potter series or something, they become empathetic to the characters themselves. They develop it's like a social relationship status. I don't remember what the term is, but the idea is it's a term that elicits forming a relationship with something that might not necessarily be real, or like right there, like a significant other, for example, someone who's with you physically, mentally, you know, that way, but more becoming attached to a product that exists and will continue to persist, right? As long as an extension of the people who make it. So that is an attachment that is what RGG has. So if they make a game, they write more things for it, it will, you know, be received with open arms, generally, for the legacy player. Now their goal in this way, though, is we have to acknowledge that their goal for this game, and it was voiced explicitly on interviews and live streams, is to introduce Kiryu's legacy so that the new player who's started with Yakuza Like a Dragon, or maybe even perhaps Judgment, Lost Judgment, is looking to have a primer into Kiryu assuming a role that is adjacent or maybe secondary, slightly secondary to Kasuga. This game does that job. He's a John Wick that kicks butt, and she's probably gonna still go kick butt. Now you kind of get a taste of how he responds to things. So it's a novella and a love letter to how he responds to novel challenges, and novel as in the context that he has. So he's in this game, he has challenges and whatnot that aren't necessarily tied to the biggest things in his life. he acknowledges them, and that's where that legacy stuff comes in, like taxi driver, running a cabaret club, having a lost love, having many children, both old and young, being a former patriarch, the chairman of Tojo clan. All that stuff is not technically here. It's mentioned, sort of, glancingly, but he's a man who is stoic, but also takes action, right? There's all the surface level things that are driven by their circumstances, and then you can make it as deep as you can by observing his behavior. So he is effectively a man of action in this game. And you might be thinking, well, no, Kiryu is not always a man of action. So in a way, it's kind of hard to characterize his legacy in such a short game. However, I think RGG done a relatively alright way of making Kiryu immediately impressionable. And all the other characters are done that way too. The downside of immediately impressionable is that most things feel rushed to a legacy player. So a legacy player has relatives, right? Like they have emotional standards that are set by RGG. So for the legacy player, this didn't necessarily hit the standards that RGG set for themselves. But they didn't go out and say they did in the first place. It's a shorter adventure, it's a shorter package with a smaller price tag. We'll talk a little bit about the price tag. It's not that big of a deal. Like, not a big digression. For the casuals, this game is a hit probably. It covers all your bases. It got the Cabaret Club in, the Return to Pocket Circuit, the Coliseum stuff, which is like a mix of clan creator stuff that they built, but now it's in real time, so it highlights all of that. It's constant upkeep, and then you throw in all the little bells and whistles. So I think this is a big win. This scene right here, like Osaka Castle, it's so poetic. Like this scene right here, when I walked in, you know, when the gates open and you see this is RGG. So much of it is RGG. To your left, casino. To your right, gambling hall. Up front is the main event, the main minigame. At that castle is your rival. And what is missing here is tons of other buildings that represent all the politics and influence, because that was stripped away from this game. It's specifically the really straight to the point, all the straight to the point things all in one frame. And then all the stuff behind the scenes, it's not up front, it's all obscured. So this is a great metaphor. Like the castle is in front of everything that's behind it. I mean, that was kind of awkward the way I'm saying it. I'm saying there's a lot of things behind all these things. There's more things behind the casino that you can't see. Behind the gambling hall to our right, behind that castle. There's a lot of things, and they won't be seen in this game. What's up front is a great snapshot of what RGG is offering as a developer, and I think that's perfect. Or not, I won't use the word perfect. That's admirable that that's the direction they went, right? And what a fantastic location to really just showcase that. This looks big, but it's small mechanically. This looks small, but it's dense. That's RGG philosophy. Like, oh yeah, it's the same city, you know. Say, what could you possibly do more in the city? Well, we gotta pack it some more. You know? It's like, why do they keep using the same city? We gotta add more to that city. It's not about literally expanding. It's about increasing the volume, the density, not the volume, the density of everything. And a castle, Osaka Castle, stuck in one strip, right? I mean, the Vegas Strip is so dense. It is unbelievably dense that the trip, you don't literally travel a long ways. You spend a lot of time per distance you travel. And that is RGG. That is like a dragon. Like, while there's constant grief about like, oh yeah, it's the same assets. It's like, oh, this is a low-key way to reuse assets. Like, those assets continue to have more and more meaning. That's how the density increases. The building continues to have more and more things. If you're saying something like, oh yeah, you're reading too much into it, it's like, I'm gonna tell you now, once you play through, if you're on board and you play through all the games, there are literal design cues in the game to remind you of the purpose of a building or what the building is. Because these characters have to remember the significance of those buildings, whether they are mechanically available or not to the player. And all those little notes, that's how you play like a Dragon games. In fact, I would say that's how you interact with people. When you are watching a movie, a character is believable because they remember things, they connect things, they reminisce about things, they learn that something else happened before, and that's the richness of RGG. That's for the casual introduction. Like, it's not technically here that much, but for the casual person, I would say that's what you're in for. Every little thing here panders to the legacy player, and to become that legacy player, you have to be intrigued by all the little things that he says. Like, wait a minute, this sounds familiar. It's like, wait a minute, I think I fought this person before. If they do that mechanic, though, the literal design cues in this game within the like closed microcosm of the story. Like when you fight a Coliseum fighter, they end up in the lounge. The character literally thinks to themselves, like, wait a minute, this person looks familiar. Like, well, it should. You just fought them. And that type of like obvious baiting in design is demonstrating the natural tendency and intent in building and reusing assets, because those assets become heavier and heavier. They appreciate in value. They don't depreciate or stay static like a non-legacy game would be. For example, here's a game, there's a sword, right? You use a sword, you clear something else. Here's another game, their sequel, it also has swords, and you use it to clear the thing. The sword has no bearing meaning that carries from the first series to the second series most of the time. There are games that highlight even that, and that's what I'm saying. Like, this is like a max, like even crazier version of that, where occasionally, you have a protagonist who has an iconic sword, right? Let's just say Sephiroth, right? With his ridiculous long sword. That's a JRPG series. Like, so the equipment keeps carrying on the legacy. The objects and stuff continue to carry on legacy. Now just imagine if you're playing a game series where it is difficult to do anything without having a comment about the legacy of the object. That's this. And one even meta beyond that, it's largely a testament of the Japanese culture. Like, and I love that part about the Japanese culture. And I think RGG definitely wears that on their sleeve. They're not imitating or trying to present something that's not necessarily from their lens. And that's what I love about, like, that's one of the big selling points. Like, there's no necessary appropriation from the sake of pretending to appropriate, which does happen in video games. So, like, when a game is focused mechanically and objectively or by the numbers or try to mirror something that is trending, it's very easily felt by individuals who are passionate about, like, maybe the subgenre or the mechanic, because it feels like imitation. This game, when there is language or dialogue that is, say, English or American, it's a Japanese perspective on English stuff. There's no, I'm gonna try to pretend like I'm American and do that. So that's what's lovely about the game, in my opinion. So when someone asks, like, why are they so eccentric here, and why is this, like, not cringy or that stuff's like, well, you gotta empathize, or at least intellectually understand the perspective of the designer. It's not one where, here's a great example of what appropriation happens. When you appropriate, like, for the intent of being objectively appropriating, you lose your identity, right? So what happens is it feels like something else. So, for example, a Souls-like game that did not maintain enough of their own identity will naturally then be inherently compared to Souls games from FromSoft all the time, to the point where it overshadows any novel contributions of that developer. There's nothing about this game that inherently wants to be like any other game. And it's so wonderful. Like, being a Like a Dragon fan, obviously there are a lot of barriers to being a Like a Dragon fan. First and foremost, gender bias, right? So if you're like a traditionalist or someone that has certain things, it's either gonna work for you or it's not going to. It's very divisive. It's a contextualizing a culture. And that leads to the second thing, the Japanese culture, right? And then their lens into everyone else's culture at arm's length, especially Americans, the United States specifically, and English in general, specifically American English, right? So there's all that stuff where it can create like a detachment. Like, I don't care about, like, you can go around and say, I don't really care about American English. Why do they have to do American? Then it's not for you, right? They're not trying to pander by sacrificing appropriation. So in that way, it's a trade-off because they lose reach a lot of times. They lose inclusiveness. This game suffers from inclusiveness because, ironically, the combat system and the story-driven novella will push other people away, right? It will push depth and meaning in some other way. So there's a lot of selective, but it's generally like, it's hard to define. Like, when are you playing an RGG game? This. You are not playing anyone else's game. Like, what I mean is, it is very hard to mistake this game for anyone else. Like, I mean, my hat's off to, like, Nagoshi, right? Nagoshi is going on and he is saying he's staying true to the fans and he's gonna make a game that will elicit this feel. But that's an uphill battle, and I look forward to playing his game, right? Because he created this, or he led to the series events with a lot of other people, to create this thing. And when you're thinking about a game, who's gonna try, like another game developer, a rival game developer trying to rival this, or trying to either complement each other and like work together synergistically or not, it is so difficult to mistake in this game for any other type of game. Like, it is incredibly disrespectful, in my opinion, or it reveals your hand when someone comes in and say, wow, this reminds me of Rockstar's GTA. I feel it's disrespectful to both Rockstar and RGG because their games are incredibly different. Like, an absolutely incredibly different. And yeah, for sure, you know, Rockstar, you know, shout outs to Rockstar because GTA 6 is looming, right? It's a big deal, in my opinion, for both RGG and Rockstar to be aware of the potential crosstalk between how casuals or the uninitiated perceives their games. Because naturally, this game gets conversations with that. So when GTA 6 comes out, the natural conversation is, well, Infinite Wealth is a game by then, right? GTA is not going to come out before Infinite Wealth. Like, let's be real. GTA is barely a real thing yet. But while they're stewing, RGG is cooking fast. So yes, that dialogue, we're gonna come back to that all night, but you can't mistake this for any other game. I still am trying very hard to think of something I'm comfortable with. Like when someone says, oh yeah, I'm done with Like a Dragon, what else can I play as a recommendation? Or like someone that you suggest, like, you know, if someone was asking me, where can I get more of this? It is so hard. And the only closest thing you can possibly do is you get all the different components and play them all together. Like, play a indie gambling game that has a casino component and stuff. Play a mini brawler that has micro simulation of, like, what aspect of this game do you like the most right now that leave the longest impression? Find an indie game of that nature and it will probably scratch your itch. Then go down the list. So, you know, I'm gonna be the next game. They've already teased Animal Crossing, or like Harvest Moon, or even Sim City. I don't know how like surface level they're gonna get, but man, making your own island, there are plenty of those. I can recommend just specifically based on their mini games. Can you ever get a story like this? Yes, you can too. You watch a movie, you watch a cop drama. So every part of this, but it's the whole package. It's really truly the whole package. Like, no, I think a really close one in a different context would definitely be what Square Enix is doing. I think Square Enix, the really weird thing is, like, while RGG is going away from the action drama, so to speak, because Like a Dragon is like a hybrid, right? Square Enix is coincidentally going in the other direction, right? But both of them feature an emphasis on world building, expository novella, where the characters respond, and it has minigames. It has a microcosm of minigames. Just not in the modern standard. So you'll know what I mean. I'm sure most people are talking about it because Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is going to the one location that was likely the OG birth of minigames. Actually, I would even say the minigame idea is most popularized by its integration into JRPGs. What is Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth? It is a JRPG. So it's full circle. I'm saying what you would probably not expect from me, like maybe a little outside the box, but the closest experience to RPG games is a Final Fantasy game. Because we gotta think about what Final Fantasy games are. Final Fantasy 15, slice of life road trip with guys with JRPG things, and probably some mini games thrown in there. Obviously, it was a non-finished product, but it's a move forward. So that would be the closest thing. It's nowhere near GTA. It's not even close to Mafia, like the westernized things you do, like in Mafia. Red Dead Redemption. It's not that. Definitely not that. Because it centers around, it doesn't break the cadence of centering around the character-driven thing. Now, for that record, this is an exception, because I think this is like Yakuza 0, where it's probably the closest to the character-driven stuff. So it's not like RGG doesn't do that, no character-driven stuff. But this is probably the most casual-friendly, where Star Wars is incredibly popular because it doesn't require an upfront investment in legacy. Star Trek does. Otherwise, the characters do not leave you wanting right away. It's the world that takes a really long time to cook. Like, it's the context that provides a lot of cooking time. So, Captain Picard, or now I suppose Admiral Picard, is only as rich as his experiences that you participate in. He is not rich because he has aptitude that you know implicitly. You don't. You're looking to explore that when he is placed in those situations. And then it is that his character history that creates the weight of Picard, and how Picard is timeless as a fictional character, to the point where people can reprise Picard in different ways, and that character will assume all the weight. That is not what Rockstar does. I'm like, for better or for worse, whatever have you, Rockstar does it differently, right? The next game, you're not gonna have legacy of characters. There's no legacy. So you have to jump in with that anxiety, or maybe the anxiousness and the excitement, right? When starting a new story, a new life. And Square Enix does that all the time with their Final Fantasy series. But now with one big exception, because their hit is based on legacy, which is Final Fantasy VII. So in a way, the closest thing I can say for someone who likes this is probably Final Fantasy VII. However, Final Fantasy VII is still a glass ceiling legacy, right? This game is continuing to expand. Final Fantasy is iterating on its original canon, and no other game is doing that, in my opinion. There are very, very few games. No game. The way I said it, it's gonna attract a bunch of criticism, like, but Link and Legend of Zelda is the same character. It's like, okay. Let me know. Do you think his outfit, what can you tell me about the history of his outfit? Do you know that when Kiryu is wearing glasses, there's an inside joke about the glasses? Do you know that he wears a suit because there's a reason why he always wears a suit. You know? Do you know that jacket belongs to Majima because it's that jacket? So it's different than that. It's more like, oh, do you remember that one time that Link rode a horse? Oh yeah, Twilight Princess. I mean, well, did that horse have a name? It's like, oh yeah, they rode a horse in Breath of the Wild. That horse is definitely the same horse in Twilight Princess. I mean, like, obviously I'm making this up. It's probably not. That's the idea. There's no legacy, even though it's connected by the character. This game is not creating legacy, not necessarily for the character. It's created because the character has experienced something in the world. Kiryu is a part of the world. His legacy rings through the world, even when he's not there. So RGG has to make a game about the character. Otherwise, the contextual nature and weight of this character and its impact on the world that they build cannot be felt in the following game. If you remove Link and place him with Link 2 with a different hat, you're probably okay. In fact, you could even argue, what if Ganon came from a different instance of a multiverse? Because Ganon is always Ganon. But that's it. It's the player's like fan fiction that keeps it going, I suppose. Or like Mario. Like, okay, well, alright. What do you cumulatively learn about Mario? Right? Connecting with just the character is insufficient, in my opinion, to for a video game to establish legacy. Because that character isn't telling you stories. That character is an empty shell for the end user to move for the vast majority of games. And that's kind of nice for the player who don't want to be weighed down by the daunting task of needing to connect with the character. And in a way, there's a deep cut in here about the internet and being unable to establish that term that I can't seem to remember. The social relationship with something that's persistent in the world. Be it Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Lovecraft stuff. That is a level of barrier that is very, very unattractive most of the time, and non-intuitive. It's intellectually high barrier. It's a knowledge check. So, like for example, shoutouts to NetherRealm games, I suppose. I really enjoy Mortal Kombat, and I haven't played a single NetherRealms game because I like the attention that they attempt to do to make the characters have a world that they have to respond to, and that in itself, it has a lot of weight. Maybe perhaps one day I'll pick up Mortal Kombat and play that character, and I'd be able to say something about that character. But largely because of that character with their circumstance, and even a ridiculous or not like out of the box storyline. That's what they're selling here. RGG is selling this for $50. All right, let's just get this out of the way, right? For $50, I think it needs to be said that the industry standard, I know, sure, like you could say maybe the entire industry is coerced and there's a conspiracy in driving price up, but I'm gonna low-key say I think I'm not that ignorant about how economics work and how pricing and publishing works in order to benefit the publisher and whatnot. All that emotional argument aside, 50 for better or for worse is a standard for shorter games. $70 is the baseline for the normalized economic per capita, inflation, post-inflation, etc. price, right? So a lot of times I usually, for my personal personally, I do the whole like 1 hour per dollar kind of deal, and that's just because some people ask about worth it and whatnot. A legacy game is priceless, so if you don't have the money to play it, then it's unfortunate, right? But you always have the money to experience it. That is the stopgap, in my opinion. That is the retort. If you're one who presents themselves as someone who is incredibly invested in what the iconic part about Like a Dragon, it's nearly in a package that most people have access to, which is the internet. Now, in terms of the experience part, the mechanics and stuff, absolutely. There are really wonderful indie devs who make wonderful little pieces of all the mini games that will give you that mechanical feel. That's not necessarily behind a paywall. So what does that $50 represent? It represents the legacy of owning, just seeing it for yourself. Doesn't stop you from going on YouTube and watching a review of the legacy and being up to date. This is more than legacy transcends more than a video game. This has gone beyond a video game. It is a living fictional IP, and it's glorious, in my opinion. It's absolutely glorious. I think the closest thing I felt to this was Persona, maybe? But Persona is a fractured world until Persona 5. But at the same time, there's no guarantee that Persona is going to keep up its legacy, because Persona games tend to move along, right? They tend to redo universes and whatnot. This next game is a must-buy for me, because I'm invested. It's consumed. I want to know. That's all there is. If I can't afford it, I still want to know. I want to know what happened, right? And there's this thing called these social media, platforms that enables you to enjoy that, I suppose. But for $50, legacy is priceless. That's a cop-out answer. But we're gonna say, let's try to contextualize this for someone who's thinking about it. $50 for 5 chapters of the most meaty storytelling. It's already ahead of standards, like industry standards for storytelling. A runtime of over 15 hours ish, if you just sit there, is ridiculous. It's above standard for maybe even for a $70 game. I'm just saying. So let's cumulatively do some generalizations. If we're trying to objectify runtime, this is already ahead for a $50 game. Okay, now let's talk about activities. Well, combat system, it's certainly below standard when it comes to the depth of one element, which is the combat system. The combat system is indeed below the average industry standard. If that was the only thing it offers in terms of mechanical variety, just the combat system, as in we're talking about the agent style and the Yakuza style that Kiryu has, and then the enemies you fight, it is absolutely below the average industry standard. For a $50 game, you would probably also throw in how many environments there are, probably below average. environment, right? So that's a detraction, let's say. So you already have 1 point for story and runtime, but maybe a minus for just the core stuff. Then we have the other, like 40% of the game. What is that value at? Most definitely above average. So $50, that's incredibly reasonable in my opinion. And yes, it might create an intellectual barrier. Like some might even, sorry, I'm having like two thoughts at the same time. Here's a really weird cyclic argument that I see a lot in writing where, okay, well, yeah, this isn't worth $50 because they've already done this before. You know, it's your same mini games repurposed, like Pocket Circuit and all that. You know, the runtime is this, and they didn't really do anything new. First of all, how do you value new things? Because new things could be worse things. It could be better things. It could be the same things. Besides that, let's just assume the person writing understands the value of new things, right? Like placing like some monetary value for new things. I'm okay with the whole runtime thing, like how long a runtime is, and then if it's like 30 hours on average in a statistical, normally distributed self-reporting service. Reports it's like 30 hours, you pay $50, that's almost greater than 50 cents an hour, that's reasonable. It's not fantastic, but it's reasonable. It's actually above average in terms of industry standard. Usually the runtime for a $70 game is about 20 hours. And if I had to make a psychological slight hot take, I think the vast majority of players, when a game exceeds about 25-hour point, they would think the game is too long. And they wouldn't want to start the game, or there's too much of the game, so they would finish the game quickly and then find that, surprise surprise, they found that they wasted their money because they paid for a lot more game than they really wanted. That's kind of the Ubisoft effect a lot of times, but generally speaking, it's cyclic. And then there's also the $50 being focused on how much effort it takes, like how much effort someone feels it's worth. So like things that work against RGG would be, oh yeah, all these assets right here that generate all these things, probably like 15% of it is novel assets. So where did the money go? Why is this game so expensive when they're repurposing assets? Like, well, are you telling me that you're okay with, like, you're okay knowing that the words you use are the same words everyone else use, but the way you arrange the words don't have a value in it? Your review is worth less because you use the same words as someone else. And you're telling me the arrangement of the way the tools and assets are used to create a new environment creatively is worth less because it's an asset that wasn't generated. Like, well, your opinion is someone else's opinion with a different arrangement of words. Like, it is tough for me to have a conversation that garners mutual respect if someone pragmatically removes the value of subjectivity when clearly their entire argument is subjective. So it's tough. And I still think of it in that context because I earnestly believe a lot of people find it have a lot of clarity when you talk about evaluation in this way. Like, numbers are incredibly attractive because numbers are numbers. A 6 is a 6. So it can only transcend what it means when someone actively put in the effort to transcend 6. Right? You could say, okay, well, if everyone offers a number, I will just compare them pragmatically with the number. So this 6 doesn't mean the same. This 6, I can assume, mean the same as this 6, because you're assuming industry standards are standardizing across the board. It's a really weird world we live in, but that is actually the majority opinion most of the time. Like, no, I'm not saying someone says they're not thinking, oh wait, maybe I should consider the review. It's, I don't have enough time for that. I don't practice that skill, so I'm just going to take it for face value. And if we collectively assume there's normal distribution, then yeah. And that kind of goes with how pricing of video games work. You know, why they price it that way. And then all your indie developers and maybe your really honorific people who are respectful, who thinks a lot about their craft, criticize publishers on how they normalize cost and whatnot. Like, well, it's kind of endearingly and passionately hypocritical. So I'm saying, on the one hand, they're very passionate and they probably have a lot to say about how expensive things are getting at the same time, and it comes from a great place, but at the same time, they are exercising almost a similar logic that led to video games costing $50 and $70. It's almost as though a lot of times, unlike, in my opinion, what RGG is doing, they didn't come out and say, Like a Dragon Gaiden is a cheap game. Or we cut corners to make it cheaper. They only said the things that they are comfortable in saying. Unlike the individuals who would easily say, this is not worth it. And my question is, it's probably likely that you'll find things not worth it than worth it if you can somehow just easily talk about a game that doesn't have that intent in the first place. So, for example, what is the value here? Well, your value, like for example, someone criticized this, your value was, oh, Kiryu only has like 2 styles. That's 2 less than Yagami. Man, that's a ripoff. They're cutting corners. It isn't worth $50. It has to be at least $30 because it's half of Lost Judgment fighting stances. Like, alright. Yeah. I don't make these up. I'm not actually hypothetically making these up. I'm pulling and quite literally reading some of the comments because my closing remarks try to take as many perspectives and criticisms as possible and try to share them. And it comes from a place of passion, I would say. Like, when you have really passionate fans, they are your harshest critics, right? It's a human condition. So when a developer goes out to crucify SEGA as a publisher for charging a specific amount of money for the game, it's a place of passion. And sometimes, yeah, certainly it can become malicious with malicious intent. But generally speaking, I think the ones that are incredibly knowledgeable about the craft and whatnot exercise from a place of passion. So is this game worth it? $50? Personally, yes. In terms of standards, it's reasonable. It's not a great price. It's reasonable. It's reasonable to the point where It can be recommended by most people when it comes to what it reflects as a product. Largely. I would say more than 50% would find this game $50 is a great place. 40 would be a fantastic place. It would be a no condition, right? And then if it was a full price game, full price, that word is so nebulous now. That phrase is so nebulous now because there are individuals, very loud vocal minority, that hasn't normalized that $70. I mean, I was gonna say $60, but it's actually 70 nowadays. That is the industry standard for a full release game, a full size game, or whatever you want to call it. This is $50. And the next game, Infinite Wealth, is $70 for the base. And I'm gonna pay $110 for Legacy. That's... I save up, I budget, and I'll get it. If you just want to know what happened to Kasuga and Kiryu, hit up your most emotionally invested content creator and share with them how you feel as you experience it with them. It's a movie theater experience, I suppose. So there you go, right? That aside. Okay, alright. There's a lot there. Let's do the grocery stuff. I usually start with objective stuff. So all the mini games, you have the Spotlight mini game, which is Coliseum. Generally speaking, you have 2 Spotlight mini games most of the time, right? Like fully decked out Spotlight mini games. But in this case, it's the Coliseum. There aren't 2, but there's 1. Again, smaller game. Instead of 13 chapters, 5 chapters. Again, smaller game. All the legacy mini games are here though. That is a bottom line. It's flat, always bottom line. Gambling, gambling hall, casino, even all the Sega Master ROMs now is bottom line stuff. It is always included. Always. Now there is one exception to this. When I say always, I know. When I say always, I really mean like 80 to 90%. The batting. Batting is not in this game. So there isn't a batting cage in Sotenbori. So, wait. And you don't have access to the batting cages in Ichincho. So batting doesn't make a return. However, something else made a return. Billiards made a return. And then we have other ones. Pocket Circuit makes a return. So it's generally, the bottom line is 70 to 90% of the mini games are in the bag. You gotta have them. Even in the shortened game, you gotta have them. Then you have your completion list, a sub-story hub, lots and lots of sub-stories, at least 2 or 3 elements of collecting, coin lockers, right? Coin lockers, all your detection collectathon stuff, your Amon fights. But those things come in like zeros and ones. It's either there or it's not. So all your zeros and ones, 90% of them are here in a smaller package. Like what I mean is, in this small game, they are still able to reach their bottom line. Now we understand that what is being curtailed for a shorter game. The chapters and the main feature mini games. In terms of fighting and combat, it's actually RGG standard. It's not like a lot less or a lot more. It's actually fairly reasonable within their grasp. Like, did they choose 2 styles because you could argue they cut corners? No. You could easily as make an argument that they refine things, right? Because they can rig Kiryu with Crane Tiger. It's the Dragon Engine. It's the novel. It's like the Dragon Engine is flexible enough for Kiryu to literally be rigged on top of Crane, Tiger, Boxer, and Snake. So it's not cutting corners. I don't naturally think it's from that way. They created novel stuff. That's still RGG standard, and there's 2 of them. And those moves have legacy too. So Kiryu's things have legacy, like his Yakuza style have legacy. The way he fights and stuff. It's kind of like expecting, it's kind of like going up to Capcom and say, hey, hold the phone. Can you make Ryu not a Shoto? Just like throw out his Hado and throw out his Shoryuken. Like just throw it out. Like come up with something new, right? That's where I want my money. Like it's not worth $20 to have Ryu throw a Hado again. So this is similar. Like so you want Kiryu to pretend like he doesn't care what's happening in Osaka or Kamurocho, and you just decide like it's only worth money if he mechanically and objectively need novel generation in a new environment because it appropriates your money. Like, okay, well, I imagine when you're making your opinions, it's a reflection of yourself, right? It's a projection. So I imagine when you make an opinion, when you review things, you're using the same value system, right? Like a very similar value system. You might say, okay, well, I make an exception. Like it depends. I don't think of humans the same way. Like so, RGG isn't made of like they're not organized by humans for some reason. So you make an exception of who is human and who isn't human. Well, it makes for a really awkward conversation. In a way, as long as both are mutually happy, that's fine. If you don't like this game, don't buy the game. I really hope. If it's too expensive for you, please do not spend where you can't spend. Right? I know it sucks that you can't have the experience you have because of, I don't know, politics and industry standards. But the one thing I can assure you is that there are really creative ways that a human being can enjoy things without doing things that they're not equipped to do, right? Like, or have resource to do. Like, in this way, you can still experience the story with someone else. It's fair enough. There are other games that do this, compartmentalize. Yeah, so here's the hard part. I can't refute the idea that what is RGG strength is also its double edge. So when I say it's hard for me, like RGG can charge, like here's the conspiracy theory. So let's take this with a grain of salt. All the things I compliment RGG for, they're untouchable. They created a product that is legacy bound. So legacy bound means you just consume it. Like it's idiosyncratic, right? You just consume it. It's the next thing. It's the next chapter. It's like life. You wake up, it's another day. The day is going to happen whether you like it or not, right? So it's that kind of thing. Now the downside, the double edge here is, and maybe Sega is considering this or not due to the backlash and whatnot. The criticalness is double-edged in a sense that when you're building a legacy game, you also enrich for people who think about legacy all the time. So when they see a $50 game and it suddenly becomes a $70 game, they have the frame of mind that makes them your greatest fans, but that frame of mind also frames most of their expectations. So when Kiryu suddenly becomes Yagami, that's legacy. That's a violation of legacy. When Casca is introduced instead of Kiryu in a mainline game, that's breaking legacy. What makes your game so popular and strong with your fans is also a reflection of their behavior a lot of times. And pricing will unfortunately kick Sega's butt quite a bit more than other games, right? So let's do a little framework. Hey guys, FromSoft just released Armored Core. How much is that game worth? Well, we don't know. It's been a while since FromSoft released the Armored Core game, but it's no Souls game, so we have no point of reference in knowing if it's worth it or not. When RGG releases a game, it's another Like a Dragon game. You have all the references and legacy to weigh on you. So it is your strength as a legacy publisher and developer. It's also a double edge. So this goes into kind of my last growing statements about this game as a whole. Features, right? I feel RGG has been on top of this all the time, and it's so great. It led to my first digression about the game settings. Generally speaking, they have been on the ball with constantly keeping all the bottom line upkeeps, like the very bottom line. Now there has been some divisive things, and we'll probably revisit this in January when Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth comes out. But for Gaiden specifically, it's the idea that the dub was not launched with the English dub was not launched with the game. You might be thinking this is a minority voice, and it might really be a minority voice because the majority voice could be drowning it out, or it's a vocal minority in the majority that's drowning out. It's like, wait, you listen to English? Like, Yakuza Legacy. You know, Legacy dictates that it's always Japanese. Well, you're recruiting new people. The game is expanding. They're making more money. So if you love the game, it's kind of ironic that you're trying to boycott it because of the English dub. However, we're not talking about those people. We're talking about standards. So RGG set a standard with Judgment and Lost Judgment for dual audio. And then you have a game that's launched without it. That hurts in both double edge. Like, that is your asset and also your bane. So that's a stripped feature, technically. So this game's English dub still doesn't have a release date. Outside of that though, lots of bottom lines were met. There's another one. New Game Plus is not a feature in this game. So that's another stripped thing. And Legacy comes back full stop. Next game, Infinite Wealth, there's already a controversy about New Game Plus being part of a more expensive bundle, the vacation bundle. And regardless of how pragmatic it is or how objective you can say, like how often people use this feature or not, unfortunately as a legacy title, features go up, they don't go down. And it will go through a period of normalization. So now it's kind of a weird time where a increased pay bundle is associated with a feature that is an RGG standard. And that's where this thing gets very hairy. And we'll talk about that in the future. And it's also, like, I'm not saying I buy the most expensive bundle because of that. I buy it because of Legacy. Well, technically, that's still true. The New Game Plus is Legacy, and I am buying that too. So I'm buying Legacy in general. So that includes the New Game Plus. Whatever it is, because Legacy is priceless to me. However, that's how I feel the intent was. Like the pricing, the feature set, the developers and the publisher, SEGA and RGG, right? kind of just agreed like, well, you know, there's a feature that's underused, and I can guarantee you it's largely underused. In contrast to the gatekeeping community, where the gatekeeping community is so used to all the standards that RGS set. New Game Plus, Premium Adventure, you name it. Extra diff mode, all that stuff. Bottom line, now we're gonna frame it in a way of where they are in this time. Usually New Game Plus doesn't happen to a really significant, if not majority, of new players. These games are story-driven games. They're incredibly big. Like, this next game is gigantic. Even this game, I would say, already passes the runtime of a casual person. New Game Plus, it doesn't happen. Like, if I had to make a strong rebuttal, I'm not saying it's emotionally acceptable or not. So it's still a strip of feature. You lose options. That's just a deficiency. You just lose the options. However, pragmatically speaking, that's taking things for granted from a gatekeeping standpoint. Like, yes, you do New Game Plus because you are a fan. I want New Game Plus because I am a fan. I will play this game more than once, and I will make time to play it more than once. When you're talking to a casual, the person who's paying, they prefer to pay for just how much they want or need. So to a casual, if you don't ever say what was standardized, New Game Plus, well, here's a moot point for a casual. By the time they end Infinite Wealth at maybe a rushed 40-hour runtime, skipping like 80 hours of content, they're not going to hit that New Game Plus. Right? We have to be reasonable here. For me, absolutely. So what do? I pay for it. Is that smart business for them? Absolutely. But even for a diehard fan, you have to be a diehard fan to be able to play it over like again and again, especially with a runtime 200. I can tell you there are even diehard fans who don't have the time to do that. So it's like a moot point, but also a double edge. So in one way, Gaiden suffers from that too. Gaiden suffers from including a feature that it has been set by Judgment and Lost Judgment, and Yakuza Like a Dragon. There are 3 games that set the standard for English audio, and that's just that. Gatekeepers be darned about, like, I don't play Japanese and it somehow superficially and emotionally adulterates my game because I can't uninstall the English audio. I'm not making this stuff up. I actually read these comments. Like, you know, I want my closing remarks to be comprehensive. And literally, there are individuals who believe that their digital game is worth less money when they can't uninstall the English audio. Well, let's be brutal about this. The same way you're a passionate fan that can dump a developer who continuously reach for more and more inclusion to boost the fandom of the community that you think you represent, and you're gonna dump them because of the inclusion of an English audio, then you weren't a fan to begin with. It goes both ways. It's an interpersonal relationship. So if you're a person who's complaining about it, leave RGG. Don't, you know, like, it's kind of one of those people who hate a game and they have to go to every other person to tell them how much they hate the game, so as to try to convince them to hate the game. That's a really unfortunate lifestyle to assimilate, but I wish them the best of luck. Just saying. So in this game, no English audio, and I'm going to play this game with English audio because I want to know what RGG has invested. I place faith in people's creative potentials just as much as anyone who has the potential to criticize and offer constructive criticism. So while some of the people that I've seen are really passionate about this stuff and they're like very harsh, they take a step back a lot of times and say, you can do better. That's kind of the take home. Not I'm done with you. If you're done with you, that's giving up. That's like low discipline, low efforts. You must give up on a lot of things. You're projecting that you're a person who basically share no faith. So good riddance kind of deal. Like you'll be surrounded by people who treat you the same way you treat whoever other people. So just a long digression. It's worth mentioning, but that's the perspective on Gaiden that is very viral. It's quite viral, and it's gonna play a part when the English dub is announced. So this is like a post-game closing remark, because that's what we have to look forward to. The inclusion of a feature that was cut, and now the disgruntled people are given the opportunity to gatekeep while the product feature is missing. And that product feature probably accounts for a significant amount of the sales of this game. For sure. New Game Plus? Probably not. Just the way the game is structured and it's kind of weird, but it's one of those things. The vast majority of the psychology is that they just people just want to have their bottom line always, and any lower creates a legacy depreciation in value. So if my house is worth $1 million, right? I don't want it ever to be worth less than $1 million. So when an offer comes down, it's going to be $1 million and up. Well, if you strip anything from the million's worth, it's just going to be negative. It doesn't reflect what its true worth is. It's sentimentalism. So New Game Plus, it's like, well, it's kind of funny because one of the criticisms a lot of times when people spread FUD, right? Like fear, uncertainty, and doubt, right? When they spread that, it's often coming from a passionate person. And when you look at their content, they legitimately make content on not using New Game Plus. It's kind of a weird thing. I went down a rabbit hole. Pretty much one of the core criticisms about not having New Game Plus are largely, coincidentally maybe, from passionate people who actually don't do it as a draw, like not using New Game Plus. It is what it is. It's having feature sets. It's a legacy thing. All right, just a little tie-in. I'm gonna say this game absolutely panders to me. So on a personal level, now let's turn it back to subjective. And for me, it's absolutely pandering to me, like without a doubt. However, this game only panders to me the way Kaito Files pander to me, but with a little bit more. So Kaito Files, which also had a disagreeable price tag, I saw the MSRP on that, and that is a little bit harder to reason for the pragmatic folks. I would buy into it, of course, if I were at the time, which I'm not. Kaito offered the same story structure, like story length and whatnot, so that pandered to me. That's the golden thing. And now you add the $20, quote unquote, the $20 of extra stuff, which is everything else that was missing. I made that comment about Kaito Files, where, you know, it's a completion task is a natural thing. It's a bottom line. So the bottom line stuff is an extension of the game, like the base Lost Judgment. In this case, as a standalone, checks all the marks. I think $50. And in fact, if you strip down even more of this formula, like this thing, I'd be willing to pay for a smaller $40 game, or even a $30 DLC to this game. Absolutely. The idea is, it's great that, for better or for worse, for ripping off the band-aid, setting a precedence for the granular cost of your game. And I really would love to encourage, and maybe they already plan on doing this, dedicating some PR time to iterating and emphasizing how they monetize their story assets and like how they go about feeling how much things cost. Like, hey guys, in the future, we're gonna do this thing where we're gonna have Gaiden games. They're shorter games. They're $50. They're gonna be, in terms of writing, production, and costs, it's about like 2/3 the length, maybe like 6 chapters, like 5 chapters in a finale. It's gonna have these things. These things are low cost. It's just gonna always run standard, and as always, you know, it's gonna include these 4 game settings moving forward, and then look forward to the mainline game. So setting an expectation is incredibly paramount to a legacy game. Like, what shout outs to sports games, right? Or any sports games you can think of. There's a standard to be maintained, and usually that's it. Or you can say Call of Duty, even dice games, before they fail to meet standards, right? So as the standards are not maintained, the legacy collapses, right? So that's kind of the idea. It almost feels like this is the most, this game series is the prototypic hybrid of a live service model and the game of old. And it feels that way because live service is built on the end user's experience. This game uses that philosophy, but it's built on a creative asset, the story, right? The characters, the world building. That has to carry its legacy. In a live service model, the player carries the legacy. And that's usually the trendy thing at the moment. And what that means is, where is most of the production costs for RPG? Well, if what that $50 means is, it's not the mechanical carryover, it's the asset, like the IP, the creative process, that costs a lot of people time. I can imagine, I would say the vast majority of developers and maybe the influential coder who talks about coding games and whatnot, well, they code games, they make mechanics, they generate assets. But one thing I feel they are probably lacking in experience is what the effort it takes and how much it costs in hiring people to do audio tracking, acting, motion capture or performance capture. So that type of thing is, I think, where the money is, what creates the unable to be duplicated, unattainable duplication of this asset. So how do you create a Like a Dragon competitor? What is the biggest stopgap to creating a Like a Dragon competitor? In my opinion, the vast majority of people values the thing that is easily duplicated, far more duplicated, it's the least productive, the least production costs, least effort, in terms of RGG's development cycle, and they want to keep that down and efficient because the other stuff takes so much, negotiations, scheduling, because it involves human beings. So it's not a contest, but one could say if you look at the credit, right? If you look at the credits in this is my little plug for people who often skip credits or don't think too much about credits, and that's reasonable, so you don't have time to memorize. But it's not about memorizing the name. You could also do generalizations of the credit. How many teams are just dedicated to that English dub or that Japanese dub? Or how many teams are just dedicated to animating and choreographing the stuff that's in the animation, right? RGG has a game that can be borderline reminiscent of a movie or a TV show production crew. I mean, it's certainly not that, like, too wholesome, because now production crews and TV and stuff also integrate. They're kind of like going towards each other, right? Production crews in movies and TV shows all now integrate lots of tools that are used for gaming, where like real-time renderings to the advancement in motion performance capture. This one, so they're not, when you're thinking about making your indie games and stuff, it's like, yes, it's a noble cause, it's a very good, but when you start to moral grandstand and talk about how, oh, this isn't innovative, like they're just repeating the same assets, like this doesn't take a lot. I'm gonna be real though, if I was working at RGG, I'd probably say, yeah, you're right. Like, or like, there is pragmatic reasons why this is the case and why that is it, because the value of the game is solely reliant on what they do with the assets they've already generated. Arrange them like this. If there was some really analytical person that walks through this, I'm sure they will be able to pick out and negotiate all the assets and how they were repurposed or how they were rearranged, but it's the product. It's like this thing. You can point them out. You can point out where the assets are and how the lighting is. That's a green light. That's a purple light. Like, most certainly. That's what you're paying for, in my opinion. That's the thing that can't be duplicated or replicated very easily. Two people, two different person buy a green light and a purple light. What you're paying for is how they use the green light and purple light, in my opinion. That's where the value comes from. So it's shocking, or not really shocking, it's very expected from a culture, an internet culture now, that emphasizes trying to take a maximalistic approach, an efficient approach that's algorithmically bound by objectivity, and putting a value on it. Even though saying if something is worth it or not is largely the most subjective thing, and it's a consistent element of human condition. So when you say something is not worth it, and you tell me you're trying to objectify it, it's an oxymoron. I don't understand the logic behind that. It's like, well, it is logical, Like, there are 4 things here, and there are 5 things there. Like, okay, well, you liking 4 things more than 5 things, or 5 things more than 4 things, is illogical, because it's subjective. You can make the most of your logic, but you can make an argument for both. Like, oh, there are 5 things, there are 4 things. Well, 4 things could be higher quality than 5 things. If 5 things could have lower quality, that's irrational thinking. That's actually not logical. If there are 5 things, those 5 things can very well be higher quality than the 4 things. How someone came to that conclusion that when a game has 4 things, those things will be of higher quality with the same amount of resources, and the 5 things is assuming that the people that make them are human beings. So they don't naturally make 5 things of higher quality if they have to make 5 instead of 4. What is that type of interpretation? Absolutely 100% not based on logic. It is the most subjective thing as a meta level of reviewing. The whole like quantity versus quality argument, it's so conditionally obtuse and myopic and asinine, where you think that a human being, when they have to work and produce more things, they suddenly have a dip in quality. Like they just suddenly decide that they want to have lower quality. It's so counterintuitive. No, they do their best. They do their best to get their game sold. That's always been the case. So when you make these subjective arguments using objective cases like, oh yeah, you know, they used to have 3 styles in Lost Judgment, now they're down to 2. It's clearly lower in quality, or at least it's low in quantity, so they must have tried less to make it good. Like, okay. So you made a emotional argument, an irrational argument, using rational observations. That's interpretation. So is that a fact? No, it's not. It's most definitely not a fact. But I can appreciate your frustration. I can understand your perspective, why you feel that way. Thinking that's the truth is so ballsy and so ignorant that you can't possibly have my backing or support. Like, I wouldn't back a person. It would be very hard for me to be behind someone's words who confuse those things and cross those things. I can most definitely I can most definitely respect them and their opinions, but the question is, if I were personally associated with them and, you know, trying to be friends with them, you have to raise some caution. Like, all the things you do are subjected to that same logic. So are you comfortable with it? I'm not. I'm not comfortable with the idea that there are large viral trends that tries to constantly put a value system based on an objective standard on arguably the most creative process, one of the most creative process that most people consume. So what leads to higher? Here's a little last like wrap up for the closing remark. What leads to higher game prices? What leads to lower perception of efforts, or how people approach video game design and stuff? There are other people I've read, you know, I've seen a lot. YouTube supports me with a lot of this content because my phone is reading. So there's excellent other opinions and other perspectives, and I absolutely think they have something there. But this is included in that. It's not exclusive. It's not antiing anyone. But another part of the picture is this objectivity. This constant maximalism is what's driving game prices up, or affecting in many ways how games are structured, distributed, and offered. It's standardization. So if you spend the whole time as an end user or even a creator criticizing other people for standardizing, and you're using a logic that's standardizing your way of evaluating things, like, oh, this is garbage, this is trash. I'm an indie developer. I make games and I can do this because this is the right way. And I should treat everything else like this. The more you standardize is an easy way to monetize things, in my opinion. What drives video game prices up? Because everyone else has the same pricing. What drives video game pricing up? Well, everyone is willing to pay $70 for this game with all these specific criteria because all their end users and even their colleagues and other developers have a value system that has these numbers. So, if we exceed those numbers, then we can drive the price up. If we have these characteristics, we can charge whatever we want. Oh, we don't have these things. Let's lower the price. What do the end users do? They do the same thing. It's like, hey, you know, this game's not worth $30 because I can compare it to 3 other games that have been standardized that doesn't meet these, that doesn't meet this requirement. So that's like minus $5, minus $10. So whether price goes up and down has become formulaic. It has become manufactured. And that is a consequence of psychology. It's a consequence of normalizing algorithms. It's what makes us very efficient nowadays. Like it provides clarity, it provides security. Like if I'm buying a $30 product, it meets certain expectations. And that is very cathartic. So you have this really impressionable, like I've watched a couple very impressionable indie devs who like make very compassionate arguments, and rarely do they ever say that this is a fixed rule or this is the only way to be successful. And those are incredibly endearing people. Like they cite a challenge. Like for example, here's one. In Brazil, it's very, very difficult to buy games. Like games are incredibly expensive, or like the lifestyle in Brazil is like a bunch of combinations, and it makes buying video games and playing video games very difficult. So this particular developer made the Brazil copy the cheapest. In fact, it is incredibly cheap, and to the point where he saw a response where the game sells, Brazil's revenue makes up for a majority of the game sales of a particular game that they had. Like, there you go. Like, that's very wonderful. It's not suggesting, I mean, like, there is some implicit suggesting that that might be a fun way, that might be an interesting way to do business. At the same time, there isn't like a rubric for you should always do this. How do you determine that Brazil is the cutoff and whatnot and stuff like that? At least from my perspective, it didn't seem like that. But when you become more procedural, this is the nature that we're living in right now. And I don't know if it's ever going to trend away from this. It's no longer about buying a product out of faith or out of sustainability, right? So, for example, what was the old school? What was an older trend? Well, someone deserves the success, or someone deserves the overhead. So, for example, this is a Americanized perception as a disclaimer. I do have a Chinese one, but we'll just talk about the Americanized one specifically. When someone does me a great service, I offer and voluntarily pay them overhead for their good service. And one could say that's a tip, right? And maybe in the form of a tip. That's something that's kind of still largely inherent to Western culture. Largely Americanized culture. Eastern culture is I do my job, I'm responsible for my job. When you pay for something, I have a standard that I must meet, and that's what you've already paid for, right? it's important to acknowledge both sides because RGG and SEGA is a Japanese corporation, right? It's a Japanese company and developer, not necessarily a Western one. However, when they distribute their game and put a price on it, then it crosses boundaries. It crosses the value system. So when they're putting a price and they're getting backlash for $50, $70, or 110 Ultimate Edition bundle, the question is, where did they get these numbers? It's an interpersonal relationship. Placing the fault to one side interpersonally is someone who doesn't consider all the, like, even a greater perspective. So an end user that is constantly writing articles about what is worth it, what isn't, and why this game should not be worth this is reinforcing all that. You're involved with the process. So when they say, oh, we should charge 70 for infinite wealth and have this tier system 90 110 or like 80 110 for these features, the industry is standardizing something that the end user has standardized themselves willingly. When I purchase a $110 bundle, I think about all these things, but the thing I really want is that I'm supporting the developers. It's not some grand, I'm not gonna make it some grand noble gesture, or like I know RGG and I want to shake their hand, or I have family that work in it. It's just 110. I believe that I can give $110 to the developer. That was the old school trend, where when you go and you eat something, it's like, well, I can see why you charge $10. Here's another 5. It's like, well, I kind of would have paid 6 for this, but man, it looks like you work really hard. That kind of thing. Like it's faith. It's faith on top. I mean, money is faith. It's backed by faith. Money literally is a piece of paper, right? The valuation system and digital assets is digital. So when you go around and pander things like, I want my physical copy because somehow that physical copy is worth more, it's the intellectual property that's worth it, in my opinion. Like, I don't want to step on too many people. Like, collecting is great. It's so good for me that I must perform a minimalistic lifestyle, because then materialism would destroy me. So collecting, I understand the whole physical copy thing. But generally speaking, if you are unhealthy and very upset and always concerned about things, and you're boycotting things you love and so on, and making enemies, I would be highly encouraging you to take a perspective check on how material goods are largely perceived values predicated on faith. And I don't know if games will ever transition back to that. And here's where my plug is: live service models became that thing, is because of that. It negates, it nebulizes, it changes the landscape of large purchases, and it obligatorily forces people to trust for long term and become habitually attached to something. So, in my opinion, here's a goat for all this thing. If you want more games like this, maybe at a price that's reasonable, but I'm arguing that it is already reasonable. The competition is live service games. So while you're inherently thinking about the fair pricing of games like this, you may want to take a perspective check on the valuation system of live service games. So live service games are achieving something that these games are avoiding. And it's not necessarily because the developers and the publishers want to. It's both. It's everything. It's the end users thinking they understand the cost of things objectively somehow, and then be able to objectify the value of other people's creative works instead of good faith. So cynicism, objectivity tends to be cynical in nature. Objectivity is literally void of emotions. So if you're building something, if you're making art, creating video games, writing stories for an audience that is trying to objectify everything based on a value system, then when you make a comment about why you have to pay $70 or $50 for a game, or $10 for a feature, well, when they put a price on it, it becomes clear to you, right? Like to the end user, because you put a money value on everything. It's so ironic because a lot of times the argument is that corporate greed and publishers and developers are always developing with making money in mind. Meanwhile, the ones that are most vocal and persistently and consistently cynical are the ones who are largely concerned with money. Yeah, I have my monetary concerns too. And I'm willing to pay $110. If I'm not willing, I'll watch someone play this game. That's like the bottom line for a developer. Oh, we have this storytelling game, but the most of the value, 90% of the value of the uniqueness of this game is its story. Largely that can be achieved free. So we're charging $70 for this game. Well, let's think about it. There's a really wonderful, cogent, alternative perspective on how piracy works. I really love one or two of the creators' take on it because they are also developers and stuff. And it's a very cogent point. But out of an alternative perspective, the value system, the psychology of how value system works when it comes to intellectual property, that's how it makes decisions like piracy and what to buy and what not to buy easy or easier. So meanwhile, when someone make an argument, it's a really compelling argument, but I'm not going to take this person's thunder. It's just that they offered a perspective on why games are pirated. What is the incentive or psychology behind video game piracy? I would argue it's that, and also probably an equivalent larger driver is how the value system is even portrayed in the first place. So is this game worth something is a driver that supersedes the urge or the decision making to pirate something. If you think a game is highway robbery, you are more likely to pirate the game, even though you love the game. So these are cognitive dissonance. A person who is incredibly loves a series is actually more likely to boycott it if it does something that violates its tenets, its legacies. So when a game that you love isn't released in your country, for example, that's a very contentious point, I understand, and it came up a bunch of times. It actually kind of sort of comes up with RGG and SEGA. Then the alternative is to boycott it or hurt them in some way. So your most devout lovers and passionate fans are also more inherently psychologically predisposed to overvaluing something, and that overvalue makes piracy a very reasonable decision. That's like in addition to this other guy's perspective. The hot take on his perspective is that one of the many driving forces is the pricing. Pricing, if you can't afford a game you love, you pirate it. It's like, yes, it still lines up. It's inclusive of that. However, that generalization or that little tidbit, which I gathered, is much more deeper from this person, is reinforced by the idea that he could say that in the first place. His idea is, well, these people who pirate the game know that they can't afford this game, or it's too expensive, or they don't save up for this game, or what have you. That type of value system led to that. If they couldn't do that, it wouldn't be very difficult to have the influence to pirate something. Like one of the biggest drivers, in my opinion, to things like hurting something you like to play or want to consume is usually a form of betrayal or inaccessibility, and not necessarily literal accessibility, like, oh, I only have $10 and this game is $30. That's objectifying. It's more like, I love this game, I wish I could buy $30 worth of stuff for $10. But since I can't, and it's ludicrously more expensive than what I have, then I am justified to pirate it. There's a little digression for that stuff. But it is something that I think RGG will be facing as well, since now their games are global, right? Like, it's international release. There's a big talk of the cost. And for Gaiden, let's just take it back to Gaiden now as a closing remark. This is the stuff that goes beyond the game that I usually talk about, right? As a closing remark, $50 is probably slightly more, it's reasonable, but slightly more than great. So $40, certainly. Where they got $50 is very reasonable, industry standard. The length and all the the assets and stuff, well within reason. If we're combating objectivity with objectivity, subjectively, it's probably a $40 game. For the casual and uninitiated. For a legacy player, we already know it's priceless. You're gonna buy it, disgruntled, maybe not disgruntled, you're still gonna buy it, right? I'm sure the developers and the publishers are well aware of that. Their goal for this game was to include more people, right? So I don't know what the overhead is for the release of this game and like hiring the actors and all that. But as a show of good faith, perhaps, if budgeting was allowed, this game being reduced early in price, like for example, a $40 markdown maybe a week or two before Infinite Wealth would go an extremely long way. Or maybe when the English dub is released, there is a limited time sale. Yes, it does kind of sort of miss the people who bought the game or pre-ordered the game like myself, but you already had a DLC that's worth $10 that from the purchasing, right? And it does miss, but at the same time, a legacy player is already all in. So from a business standpoint, it's kind of argued that they will stick around. It's kind of miffy, like slightly PR. For me, that increases fandom and it increases your bottom line at the cost of $10 a copy, which can be a lot depending on how many copies you sell, right? So that's just a thought. Anyways, I look forward to the English dub. Let's do numbers now, and then we close it off with, you know, the hot takes, because you gotta have hot takes at the end. So for me personally, with all the RGG legacy, so to this day I've played Yakuza 0 all the way to 7, Judgment and Lost Judgment. The only RPG game of this nature that's missing is Like a Dragon Ishin. And Ishin will eventually be there. Again, like I said, I know when I don't have money for it, so I don't play Ishin until the price meets my standards, right? Whatever that is. It's certainly not everyone else's standards. It's just my standards. I'm not going to project my standards to other people. It's my standards to hold, whether you want to hear it or not. So no one's asking, so I won't really share that. But it doesn't meet my standards. Infinite Wealth does. It meets my like timing, when I need to buy it, right? I want to be part of an experience. So $110 for Infinite Wealth for myself, and this was $50 at the time. I pre-purchased this without hesitation. The $10, the pre-purchased bundle was, I think, $10. The 3 fighters, Saejima, Majima, and Daigo, which had surprisingly their own unique and very reminiscent fighting styles already rigged in, which is kind of nice. All of the titles put together and considering my personal standards, for $50, this game is a resounding 9. I'm gonna say it's a resounding 9 only because my preference for intrigue and storytelling and world building has to take a sidestep for understanding that a character-driven drama is far more receptive for the uninitiated. So it has all the sprinklings of RGG's classical lean experience. However, I'm a person who likes a little gristle on my meat. So my metaphorical meat, where, you know, some fat on the side, lots of little extra things, and maybe a couple spices and whatnot, and I would pay $70 for it. Hey, if the game was marked up to accommodate that, I would pay for it. So for me, this is a resounding 9 because I'm a legacy player. Coming in from an uninitiated, this will likely be a 7 to 8. Right? A 7 to 8. And that's where I try my best to resonate and empathize with those who are uninitiated, those who still tries to evaluate things objectively, right? Like runtimes, innovation, all that. Journalism, I would say, yes, I agree with most of the scores that I'm seeing and whatnot. On average, it'd be like 7.5, right? 7.5. It's between 7 and 8, so I'm gonna say 7.5. It's not my personal rating, but it's the best I could say concession-wise. With all like the very specific things I'm talking about are the core drivers, like how it appeals to the casual. I think those, like the top 3 things in my closing remarks, tend to reflect how I came to the idea that I prefer 9. Uninitiated people, 7.5. How much is this game worth? A good time. This game's worth a good time. So if you're the target audience will think it's a 9. Even the uninitiated, if you have some of the qualities. You like brawlers, shenanigans, you have a very short attention span for depth. So like lots of variety, obsessed with the Japanese culture, very trendy, like lots of new age stuff, American probably, preferably American if you're on a Western side, and yeah, some of those things. Brawling is definitely it. Spamming, ease, right, approachableness, and a male protagonist. generally masculinity. So if if you're a person who's adverse to like misogyny, right, like throws the word around misogynistic or chauvinistic a lot, probably not this game. This is a really, it probably drops it down to a 6 or a 5. So last closing remark, it's a 9 for me. Absolutely 9 for me, 7.5 for the rest. All right, and with that, we're closing the chapter on this. There will be one last victory lap with the English dub. I will be playing. I haven't decided if I want to play the legend mode or not, but we'll decide then, so we can hear the English cast, because there are going to be several characters that actually move on into the legacy cast for the next game. So I want to hear them, because we are playing all the audio tracks of a legacy game. It's absolutely, for me, mandatory. It's part of the experience. Language is unequivocally not the same in different languages. It is the feel, the context, the evaluation. So, you know, if you're gonna come at me and say English is not as good as Japanese, I would say English is different from Japanese. If you're trying to equivocate languages, I hope one day we can mutually respect each other as non-equivocal individuals. Because if you can say that, then you can also say that I'm like you, which we aren't. We're two different people. So if someone comes to me and say English is not as good as Japanese, then I've already start thinking, well then, you probably think that you should treat everyone the same. There's a big asterisk to that. Not everyone's the same. Just like me. You might hear me speak American English, but I'm Chinese American. So, big deep cuts. This game is multicultural, whether you like it or not. So when you come around saying you understand Yakuza, Like a Dragon, design philosophy, and you're very cultured, you want to start with the first thing, comparing languages when they are fundamentally different. Just saying. You can probably compare like maybe Southern English and Northern English. That's still cutting it. That's still dicey. Alright? So as always, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. If you're gonna watch this later, I hope it inspires you to form your own arguments, you know, talk about things. Also, definitely thanks for watching, and you know, always welcome to comment, share your rebuttals, share your perspectives with mutual respect. And until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next game. Take care. Bye now.